Sorry, I didn't have the actual microphone plugged in. So, hello. Welcome to this Saturday night's painting for a change, not actually building War Masters. Building War Masters have been very entertaining for the last 2 weeks. I'm a bit late on today because I've been trying to sort out a new camera setup. Had no luck whatsoever with that, rushing around and everything. So I apologise for that. So obviously we're here for tonight's painting, which is to do with Legio Audax. Now, back February last year, when Forge World or Games Workshop Warhammer community put out some of the early teasers for Shadow and Iron campaign book for Adeptus Titanicus before the Legio Walks event that took place on Valentine's Day, funny enough. Valentine's Day weekend, I should say, at Warhammer World. They put out some information as well as some of the book art, and one of them to come out was the Legio Audax paint scheme. Now, it's very different to a lot of schemes, but luckily for me, when I saw it, I thought, that's kind of like a variation of what I did with the Legio Solaria, the Imperial Hunters scheme, which involved using sponge work initially, where I'd have a base colour and then go over with a sponge with a lighter shade of colour. But with this was a slight difference because they're obviously quite dark colours. Now, I've got with me I've got all of my Legio Audax Titans with me, but I just grabbed this one out of the box. Now, as you can see, there's a very subtle mottling with the coloration, and it obviously is quite dark. So with the black base, I stippled, one of my favourite words, with some Mephiston red to actually give sort of there you go. Let's adjust the lighting a bit. See a little bit better there. So as you can see, it's mottled all the way around onto the armour. It gives a very random effect, but comparing it to the book art, it's pretty close. Initially, I did just start off with using Mephiston red. What I did afterwards, I did a little extra stippling with Wild Riders, that one. No, Evil Sun Scarlet, sorry, my bad. Just to give it an extra depth to the actual red when doing this. Now, you can see, these are all magnetized as well, so it's got its Ursus claws, which obviously you like to shoot at other Titans to bring them down, especially if you're using packs of Warhounds, which obviously Legio Audax are renowned for doing, because they're not allowed anything bigger than size 6 in their armory. So it is basically just lots and lots of these guys. So you just mix up the other weapons, so some anti-Titan killing at range, but obviously using the Ursus claws up close helps to bring down bigger fellas. And you get a bonus for multiple Ursus claws hitting the target. So tonight we have 2 new additions to be added to the Legio Audax. Now, before coming on, I did take the opportunity to actually spray paint primer them, and then lead belcher onto the actual Titans. And then I washed it with Agrax, because obviously with a wash, it's going to take a little bit of time to actually dry out. So I thought it'd be easier just to get that sorted out first and then we can just go from there, add in the colours at various stages. So the idea and the plan for tonight is to actually go through and get these painted up, because they are a fairly easy scheme to do. It looks difficult, but it isn't, and that's what I always like to try to do, is make things easier for everybody, and not necessarily have to use anything like airbrushing or anything, because not everybody has airbrushing. So these two, which, because the other 6 that I have already have magnetized arms, so I can vary it up, mix it up, obviously. I thought I'll just keep them as a straightforward setup. Saves a lot of hassle, drilling and everything, because trying to get things ready on such a short sort of time frame. So building them yesterday or last night, and then obviously painting, or doing the base coats today. So anyway, so what we're going to do is go through the process of doing it. Now tonight I'm also actually going to experiment with a different way of painting them, because normally you would do your armor plates, and then afterwards you'd do your trim. But because we're using a Baden black in this, being a base paint, it goes over everything anyway. So I'm going to switch it around and actually go with the Liberator Gold over the plates as a base. Sounds odd, sounds different, but the black will be easier to actually apply than going around with all the Liberator Gold, because everybody within the hobby always bemoans painting trim, and we don't like bemoaning, and we don't like making things hard for people. So as I said, I'm going to go with this crazy idea to actually do the armor plates in Liberator Gold, and then fill in with a Baden black, and then once that's done, I'll be doing the stippling with the Mephiston red, and obviously going through each stage with yourselves, so you know how it's done. You can see how it's done, because I find that personally makes it a lot easier to actually do with that. So I'm just setting up my phone so I can just see if there is any stuff going on in the chat, because that way then I can actually answer any questions that anyone may have. So I hope you're all okay on this fine Saturday. Now, I don't throw brushes away. I always use and recycle, and they always find a use for old battered brushes somewhere, whether or not it's just poking magnets in with the blunt end, or painting with them, or stifling, because obviously certain techniques have a very abrasive actions, can actually take a toll on brushes, as you all well know, because you're not silly. And with this cunning plan, as I said, we're going to go all over in Liberator Gold. It is Liberator Gold, over the armor plates. So it doesn't really matter at present if you're rough, if you're exact, or whatever you want to do, or however you want to do your painting. So this is actually a new challenge for me, actually talking whilst actually painting. Haven't done that for quite a while, from the days of me and my friends used to have a Monday night paint club, where we would go around to a friend's house, bring our paints, and then just go at whatever we're doing. So trying to sort that out so you can just see a little bit better. Yeah, so obviously you don't want to. I want you to be able to see what's actually happening as I go around. So no particular style of brush. I would normally probably go with a flat brush in most cases, because I find that a lot easier to utilize when doing, well, painting anything sort of large expanses of a feature, or even with when painting the trim. I find a flat brush actually a lot easier to actually handle, because you can just get the tip of it and just like gently caress the actual trim itself. As long as you don't have anything too big, like as in bristle length, I think it should make it actually quite straightforward and easy to do. I will be doing other parts of this in different colours, because I've already had in my mind an idea of how I want each Titan to look. So it doesn't matter too much that I'm using Liberated Gold as a base coat as such for the armour plates and trim, because the colours you use in this scheme are base paints anyway, so you will be able to sort of paint over without a problem anyway. You will be sort of watering them down to make them flow a bit better, but you always get good coverage with those, and thankfully, because of them, I found that my painting actually improved somewhat ever since they sort of released back in the sort of mid-2000s the foundation paint sets that they brought out, because when they came out, I definitely noticed a change in how I painted. It seems weird that a paint can do that, but maybe it just gave me the confidence to not be so scared with painting. And maybe because they covered models pretty well. So, because sometimes when you're actually applying paint, it does get a little bit annoying if it's not going just how you want it to. And with the foundation paints, they were just, you slap them on, so to speak, and they stuck and they stayed and they had good colour to them. So you wouldn't have like blotchiness as such, which again, it can be frustrating when you have that look to your models, because you want them to look cool, like everybody does. But sometimes the paint sort of fouls you. But as I said, with those foundation paints, they really did sort of make quite a good, I'm going to say, stepping stone with how you applied them. I mean, as I say, I just started working with them, and they just fell on and went in really well, and everything went so much better, and I got more confidence with my painting, which just seems weird, but it did actually have a notable effect on how I did things, because I wasn't ever a majorly artistic type person. I painted, stuff looked okay, I guess, but if I had, because I haven't got a lot of the stuff that I had from back then, but if I did, I'm sure I would probably go, oh, what the hell was I thinking of when I painted that? Also, what I used to use with those sort of paints was what I would call like a wet to dry brush, because I would apply the paint, give a little bit of a dry off on the rim of the actual pot, and then I would just continue to paint until there was nothing left on the brush. I did notice I was painting a Arcurian pattern shadow sword, and I believe it was like not Mechanica standard grade. It was one of the foundation paints that was similar to Mechanica standard grade, but by doing this particular method, where putting a bit on the brush and then just going over, sort of like as if you was dry brushing, it gave a sort of a streaked texture, because obviously you keep going the same direction. So you'd have a streaked texture to the paint, which when you sort of applied like washes and shades and stuff and did a little bit extra dry brushing, it sort of gave you the effect that it was it'd been out in the rain. It was sort of like a weathering style of painting, because it had like the rain streaks on the actual armor. So it added to the actual realistic look of the actual model, which was purely accident. I wasn't planning on that, and it sort of just came together pretty well in that little sort of crazy experimental phase of just slapping on paint onto a big tank. But it really did give that sort of weathered, you know, you could even imagine that this tank had been sitting outside somewhere, uncovered on campaign, and had that little rain streaking on there. Obviously, you could probably do some sort of variation with the actual paints to give you a little bit more depth to it, but it just worked out. And look, it really did look quite good. And so it was just like one of those little happy accidents that sometimes happen. You just discover a sort of method of applying paint onto a model and just going with it, and just being actually quite surprised at how well it actually looks at the end. So, right. That's most of the armor plates on the first one. I'm just going to try and get a little bit onto the little eagles. Again, it's all positioning. Oh, hello there, Felix Arfusa. Caught the stream. Well done. And David Wilson, welcome. Yeah, it will be available to watch later. So obviously, once these live streams do go onto the channel, so you can always come back for reference if you wish. But the whole point of this stream is actually so you can see how I go about actually painting these. So I've put one down. So as I was explaining at the start, we're going to go from this, which is all gold at the moment, because I'm experimenting with how I am applying the actual texture and paints, and end up something like this. So because I was saying earlier on, everybody bemoans painting trim, I'm trying this experiment to see if this makes it easier and quicker, basically, because that's another thing that everybody likes, is a scheme that is easy and quick to do, because otherwise it does get a little bit disheartening. I find that as you're painting along, it goes, you get frustrated with it. So as long as you can sort of just happily and cheerfully just add paint to your models, it helps out keep your enthusiasm up, because there's nothing worse than getting sort of dejected because you just think, oh, I've got to do this, I've got to paint that. So that's why I always try to make things as easy as possible, and that's why I tend to have a lot of things painted quickly and easily. Oh yeah, Felix. Yeah, it's going okay at the moment. So we've only been on for 20 minutes at present, and really, I need to get myself some more paints, because I've just realised this Liberator Gold that I'm using on these there's not a lot left. Because when you're using it on a lot of trim, because I use Liberator Gold for the trim on not only Audax, but my Legio Volcanum. I use Liberator Gold on the trim for them. I also use Liberator Gold on the trim for the cockatrices, the Legio Audax. So when you're using one paint to do a lot of trim, you soon find out that you've gone through it all. Because on certain Titans, there's a hell of a lot of trim. Cool, thanks for answering. Legio Audax is my favourite. I've got 8 Warhounds to make into Audaxia Titans. Well, as I was saying, with the Audax skin, it does look complicated, but the way I paint them, they're not. So I don't do things to be complicated. I do things to be easy, because I know that if they are complicated, I will lose my interest in painting them, because it becomes a chore. And a hobby is not meant to be a chore. It's meant to be enjoyable, relaxing. So, as I said, that's that one all done. So that's all the gold trim and various gold parts on it taken care of. I've got the second one to be getting on with, so I will continue with that. I'm going to take a slurp. I had beer, so I do apologise for those non-drinkers, but I need this. This is my hobby fuel. And plus, I need to have to keep my mouth moist. But okay. Yeah, well, as I said, I'm experimenting in this one to see how it turns out, because out of all the Titans I've painted, which, if you've seen on Twitter today, I did actually number after, who was it? Was it Local, I think? Mentioned about, you should have a little counter up when you put them up. So we've got number 90 and number 91. So this is the first one I've done where I've reversed it out of 89 previous attempts. Well, actually, technically 90 previous attempts, because I did paint one for a friend. So it is something that you do become. Well, actually, to be fair, with trim, I've been saying this a lot recently. I normally find it's actually quite relaxing. So I don't know if you feel the same feelings when you're painting, like when you're sitting there, Titan in front of you, and you're sort of like brushed to it. Do you sort of like zone out, like in a meditative state when you're painting? Because I know I do. Because you're just sitting there, you're keeping your eye on where you're painting, and the next minute it's like, oh, I've done it all, and it's been like half an hour, 40 minutes. So, oops, excuse me. So that's one knocked off. Yeah, I did bring in tonight as well this little fellow. So most of you who follow me on Twitter and Instagram and stuff would have seen him already, but this is Vindicta Manibus, the Warbringer of Ignatum. He's a bit shinier because I've actually gloss varnished him, because I'm adding some decals to the little chap. So let's pull that back a bit. So you can see that the zigzag, which I used the stencil for, and the honeycomb as well. So War Masters are just beastly, because size comparison. So you've got a Titan the size of its knee versus something that's like 4 times the size almost. But gosh. Hey! Hello, Gondo. Gonda. My northern sphere. How are you? Welcome to my YouTube. What a pleasant surprise. Thank you for dropping in. You just. I know you were commenting that you didn't think the second War Master would look as good as the first, but I respectfully disagree, and both look amazing. I prefer it now. Thank you very much, Philip. That is really, really that's lovely of you to say, to be honest. And I know that there's been, when I mentioned this on a hobby Zoom group that I'm part of, where we sort of meet up semi-regularly on a Thursday. And I actually was saying at the time that I think I'd already peaked with painting the Solaria one. And, you know, I've noticed over the course of the couple of years that we've been doing like Adeptus Titanicus and painting up everything, that my Solaria had already generally got a lot of sort of love from people, because it's just one of those schemes that looks so different, but yet it's so iconic because it is so different from everything else. So that's always nice to hear that people actually like the Ignite one. And to be honest, after doing those after doing the stencil work with the honeycomb and the zigzags, my opinion has changed, because during work in progress, we don't know how it's going to turn out at the end of the day. And I couldn't really judge from that point, where I first posted up, like when I had coloured in its shoulder pads and done the base colours everywhere. You're looking at it, and sometimes you just get a feeling, you just go, well, I'm not sure, it could go either way. But once I got those decals, once I got the stencils sorted out, it did just come together. And then once you sort of like realised that, I was finding that I was sort of experimenting again with, like, I was using, as Leaky Cheese would call it, the lozenge. So where you can see like the different colour at the bottom, the slight orangey, and then into the yellows. I did that by just using Cassandra yellow, and just first of all I done like a 50-50 mix of the shade with water, just to weaken it down a little bit, because I didn't want to go too over the top initially. So I put that on, and it looks okay, but it just wasn't really standing out. So at that point, I decided to change tact, and I just went with neat Cassandra yellow and just built up a couple of layers on it. So building it on and then letting it dry and rinse and repeat, basically. So I think I've done about 2 or 3, possibly 4 different occasions, just putting a little bit at the bottom and just spreading it around a little bit around the bottoms of the plates in question. But it did actually settle down quite nicely, I found, at the end. So that sort of paid off big time, because it really does add to the character. And I'm all about trying to match up the schemes with like the artwork. So that sort of turned my head a bit and made me sort of think, you know what, this really isn't that bad. It's actually pretty. I said the decals, damn it, the stencils really do make such a huge difference. And I'll say it's the only times I've used my airbrush on a Titan is for stencils. I don't really use them full stop with these. I try to just keep everything with brush, because it's quicker, easier, less setup. And as I say, I'm just used to doing it with a brush at the end of the day. Oh, you're doing it for Interfector. Oh dear. Oh, that's nightmare fuel. Yeah, no, that's gonna, because your Interfector are really, really nice, and I've said it already that I think they are the best of the Murder Lords that I've seen online. So yeah, that's going to look. I'm glad you're not doing it in that other scheme, the one with all the ghostly high intensity freehand that you've done on a few of your Titans, because that would have been absolutely bonkers on a War Master. It's just like, where do you start, where do you finish, and how the hell did you get there in the first place? But no, with in effect, no, that's just going to look really nice. Especially done with the Northern Sphere technique of awesome. Can't really go wrong. But how far have you actually got so far with building it? and are you timing yourself? Because I know that with that first live stream I did, it took me, well, I was on the live stream for about 5.5 hours, admittedly talking a lot and answering questions, but yeah, it was hard going because it's always harder with the first one. It gets quicker and easier with the second one, but I've still got a third one to do. So that's going to be my friend Tom Egan was asking earlier on, because he got his first War Master turn up today, and he was asking what Legio it's going to go with, and it's going to go with the Legio Crisis, the Godbreakers, because I always intended when they announced the War Master, there was always going to be one for Ignatum and was always going to be one for the Godbreakers, because they are both, out of all my Legios, they're the two that would definitely have something of that ilk within their forces. I only got the third one for Solaria purely because of the picture I'd done the other week after I'd done the Solaria one, Last Shadow, where I'd done the Evolution of Titans. That's the only reason I got one for Solaria, was to do that photograph. But it does look pretty cool, so that helps out. I'm just getting notifications of people watching me on TV with their little ones. The family gathered around watching The Forge of Mars. Hi. Hello, player 4. Oh, it's so fun. So, oh, yeah, so I'm better for it. I thought about it, maybe number 2. Yeah. Once you buy one, you will get another one, because they just look so imposing, and like, really, they are such an awesome kit to work with. No matter how long it takes you to actually build the bloody things, because obviously building is stage 1 and then it's painting. But building it, you know, you've got 270 odd parts in this kit. And I'm so pleased with how that kit actually came out as well, because having all the weapons options, because you know, obviously when you look in the book, you look at the data sheets, you can have this, you can have that, but if you haven't got it and you go, well, that's not quite right. So they've included all the parts for all the shoulder mount weapons, and also having the 3 alternate heads is just awesome as well. So so not just like half a head and then you swap around like you do with the Reaver Titan. Like the original Reaver, you only got the 1 head, and then you've got the different head mounts in the Reaver Beta Titan, which had different faceplates. So yeah, I would have preferred having 3 heads, because then when I do, like with Warhounds, as you can just see on the bottom there, any spare parts from your kits you use a dead Titan for standing on for your catalogue pose. So, you know, spare weapons, spare, obviously, carapaces that you get in the kits. So that's why there's a lot of Warhounds on bases with my Titans, because obviously I've got a few kits with all the Titans of it. But it really does sort of add more character, and it's easy to do. You know, when you've got those parts, just cut them up with some clippers and just stick them on. You can't really go wrong any which way you do it. Put some sand around the base and some rocks and whatever, and then you've got a legitimate, cool-looking base. So, right, that's number 2 done with the gold. So it doesn't really matter if you have missed parts, because I always miss stuff anyway. But you can always go back to it. So it's not, you know, it's not an exact science painting, and you shouldn't get into that mindset where you get yourself worked up over painting. You know, if you make a mistake, finish what you're doing, go back to it. You know, just 2 seconds, you know, and it's done. Well, that's the theory anyway. Right, so now they're both done, and we can get some more paints out. So I don't normally paint in Sam's office, so I had to do an emergency box of paints that I'm going to need in order to get this painted up accordingly. So I'm going to need that. Definitely going to need that. Yeah, probably that. And where are we? Oh, we've got it out. Right. Okay. Right. So we're going to go with the black now. So, like any good oh, bless you. Yeah, no worries, Gonda, mate. It's, I love seeing the Titans, and then one day we shall meet up and I shall kill you, because that's what I do. I kill people. I do actually come with a Adeptus Titanicus health warning. I don't try to be so killy, but I just am. But we'll have fun doing it at least, and then we'll go have a pint or two in Buckman's, because that's what all good princeps do. You go have a battle, and then you have a laugh about what you did and how you screwed up. That's the whole point of the hobby at the end of the day. It's just having fun, making friends, and just enjoying your work, really. Of course, yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from you. It's strange. Like I do get some people like I've met through the hobby and like through gaming clubs, etc. And they you know, they give it, I suppose, as we would say down south, give it large. And I don't sort of go out, but I will, you know, give the facts. Hey, Goomba, nice to see you. Yeah, it's not going bad. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, for coming in. But yeah, it's when you get some people that, oh yeah, I'll have you and I'll take you out and stuff, and you just go, okay, we'll have a game and see how it goes. It's not that I know the rules in and out. I don't know the rules in and out. I just, you know, move my Titans, take aim, fire, and it just works out. So, yeah, I do actually keep a track of my kills. just because I'm a bit narcissistic like that. Because any princeps worth their salt keeps track of who they've killed and how they've killed them, even in the friendly games. Because in Adeptus Titanicus, there is no friendly games. All right, there are friendly games. But yeah, it's just when you get some people that are sort of like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, and they're like, sort of BS bravado. So I'm always happy to prove them wrong. So games are meant to be fun, relaxing, have a laugh. And that's what I like about Adeptus Titanicus, because as I was saying on Twitter earlier on, I think it was something that it's a Games Workshop store manager was having their 7th store birthday anniversary today. And she was saying about Jenny Straff, Australia GW manager, and she was saying like how they had like a chain reaction of like Titans blowing up in the game, and that's what it's all about: blowing up Titans and making a big mess of the battlefield. But also, you know, it doesn't, as she said, we care not where the explosions come from as long as there is explosions, and that is true. So, no, that's again, you're right there, Gonda. Is with there's not really like a competitive edge, because although each Legio does have their own sort of like little special traity bits as such. There's nothing there to make them overly competitive. You know, they're just little enhancements, but they're more to add sort of a character to how you would play them. So, like Legio Laniuscara, the Impalers, are, you know, or the Pacific Rim Legio, as some people call it. You know, they like to get into close combat and beat the crap out of things. Same as like Legio Volpa, and their rules sort of go with that as such. But, you know, and other Legios, you know, you get sort of like Legio Solaria, where you have, you can have now a squadron of 5 Warhounds, whereas it used to be you could only have a squadron of like 3 in there. And in Solaria, it used to be 4, but you can have a squadron, but now you can have full mana pool as a squadron, which will be interesting, and I am dying to try out in a battle at some point. But yeah, the rules are there just to add that extra bit of flavour to your Legio. Most of the Legios that I chose, apart from Ignatum, because that was I was always going to do Ignatum as a Legio. There was no shadow of a doubt that I was going to not do Ignatum. But because obviously doing Ignatum, I didn't want to do Mortis. I did fancy doing Furians, but I don't like painting yellow. So that was a bit of a problem. And then when I was at one of the Heresy Weekenders, they unveiled this Legio called Legio Krytos. And you thought, oh, interesting, never heard of them before, really. And then they said their lower Gothic name, which was the Godbreakers. And as soon as I heard that, that was the most metal thing I had ever heard. And I thought, I'm going to do the Godbreakers, because who wouldn't want to be breaking gods? And so, yeah, so the Godbreakers were going to be my traitor Legio. And as you probably, some of you already know, it sort of spiraled out of control from there to do now, well, technically 9 different Legios, but one of them is only like a Black Shield project which hasn't really been shown off as such because I'm working with other people, which at the moment is sort of on a hiatus, that project. So I'm still keeping stum over that one. With my belated Christmas presents, which the War Masters were, I'm still trying to figure out where I'm putting all these Titans. So apart from the 3 War Masters, they were definite to be Ignatum, Solaria, and the Krytos, Godbreakers. But I also got 2 boxes of the preset maniples. So that's another 10 Titans, and I've got to find homes for them. So here's the first 2 Warhounds out of the first box, which are going with Audax. I'm thinking with the Warlords, I definitely need one to have to go into my Legio Fortidus, because they deserve to have a Warlord. Every Legio deserves a Warlord. Maybe not Audax, because obviously you're not allowed to have them. But yeah, Fortidus definitely needs to have at least 1, possibly 2. But then I've also got to I've really got to sort of add a few more into the traitor side of things to balance them up, because out of all the Titans, most numerous are the loyalist ones. So yeah, I'll need to sort of try to address that at some point to balance it out a little bit more. Obviously, Krytos are actually not too bad, but they could always do. I think they might actually need some extra Reavers. So obviously, with the preset, at least one of the Reavers would go into Krytos, because they've only got 3 at the moment. Just thinking about those other 2 Warhounds. Anyway, so what we got in the chat here? I'm glad I'm not the only one who does that. Yeah. Thought the tally for me is nowhere near as high as their deaths. But you still had fun, and that's the thing, Felix. You still had fun, no matter you may have died more than you killed. You still had fun playing it, because, like in other games, if you keep on dying, you tend to sort of lose your interest in it. But I think because the way the mechanic goes in this, that when you go, you really go, and for good or ill, because the amount of times, like, you know, I've had Titans blown up near to my own forces, and you just go, oh my no. But the same can be said to the opposition. That can happen to them, and you know, a battle can turn just through bad reactor management. As I posted earlier on an old meme from the Titan Owners Club's last walk in 2019, where Matt Wingrove, the hero that is like one of the heads and founders of the Titan Owners Club, in the second turn, I managed to get my first fire off from my Warhounds, and I was targeting his Warbringer, his brand new Warbringer, first time out in a walk, first time in a battle. And I said to the loyalist to target it. And when the first fire came around, I got to shoot my Titans at it, went to strip its shields. He rolled for power to the void shields and got 2 on the reactor. He subsequently lost his shields anyway, because I took him out, and then I shot him in the face with a turbo laser, because that's the kind of guy I am. But because of the reactor being now dangerously high in the red, when it come to the repair phase, you had to roll, and he failed. and then he had to like take damage, but then he obviously had to roll on the catastrophic table because it upped it because it was in the red, and he got a meltdown result, which resulted with the loss of that Titan, plus 2 other Warhounds that were nearby, damaging the Warlord, another Warhound, a Reaver, and I think there was a another Warhound as well. So he really did make quite an impact in that game. The Loyalists couldn't help but award him an MVP status for the Loyalists for his services to the Imperium. But I felt bad for him, so I thought, oh, don't worry, I'll take the kills, because if it wasn't for me shooting you and your reactor being so dangerously high, you probably wouldn't have blown up. So, and he graciously allowed me to. So I got 3 kills. But yeah, it's so much fun. And obviously you can use it to your advantage. If you know that you got a Titan in a very bad way and its reactor's getting high, you move that sucker right up close and personal, and see the look of horror on your opponent's face as they see this Titan limping over to them, steam, flames, smoke billowing out from every orifice, and you see that look on their face going, what do I do? How do I get out of this? And then you just basically walk up to it and explode. So it works both ways, but they're hilarious. So David Conroy, that's exactly why I collect Kratos as well. Ultra Metal. Godbreakers is a wiki good name. Yes, it is, Felix. That's what drew me to them, and I actually quite like the color scheme. As I said, it's more for me. It's not the rules. It's the schemes, the coloration. Because when after I'd done Kratos and Solaria and Ignatum, I still had Titans left over, and so I thought, well, I really got to do another traitor one. But then I'm thinking, what colours did I want to do? Because I've got red, I've got green, and I've got green, which I keep on forgetting that Kratos is actually green. So I thought I'd do a black shield or make my own custom Legio, and I thought I'd paint them black. And then as I was looking through the Doom of Moloch, I saw Legio Volcanum, sorry. And I thought, oh, they're black and they're teal, and I quite like teal. And so I done them. After, as I say, especially after reading their fluff as well, I found their fluff really interesting. The whole cloning and the twins thing that they have. So that's what really sort of set it for me to do the Volcanum, you know. So it's those little things more so than rules, because as I say, half the time I actually forget the special rules or princeps traits that they might have in the game. So that's why I wholly depend upon movement and dice rolling. So yeah. So that was the Volcanum, and I thought I'd stop there, but then I thought, oh, the Riser book was coming out, and because I didn't do a custom Legio, I thought I'd experiment with doing a custom Legio, and I started doing a sort of a bluish scheme. And I'd made up a name called the Legio Atonicus. And then some artwork came out for the Defense at Riser. and I saw the cockatrices, the Legio Audax, and I just thought, whoa, I like that look. The blue and white with the red. Well, I thought it was red, sort of orangey red, for the head of the Titan, and so I just went, I'm doing them. So that's my 5th Legio sorted out, because I say it was just artwork. It was nothing to do with rules. It was artwork, which most of the artwork, if not all, was done by Louise Sugden, who is now changed to a new job with the Warhammer community as the painting video guru. So congratulations to Louise, and thank you for painting and doing all the artwork for all these Titans that we all really enjoy and love. But yeah, so oh yeah, sorry, bits there. So yeah, so you get all that. I said the artwork, when I saw the Ignatum stuff for the first time, I just thought, hold on a sec, it's got black trim. Because as some of you also know, I run the Facebook page for the Legio Ignatum group, so it's like big Titans and little Titans, and I just thought, and so I started posting up pictures of my Titans where I started painting, experimenting with black trim, and pointed out that on the box art they have black trim, which you're so taken away with the actual artwork half the time you don't realise. But if you looked at the old artwork for the old, the first Battle Force box set, and the artwork where they done the updated version of the old Adeptus Titanicus scheme with the Warlord on the front and then Titan behind, sort of thing, they've got black trim. So I started feeding that into the Ignatum group to just forewarn them, because most of us had painted silver because of Matt Hudson's, I think his name is, from White Dwarf, who painted his Legio Ignatum. It was featured in White Dwarf and was seen at one of the games fests. So a lot of people were doing silver trim. I did gold trim initially on the Titans for Ignatum that were copies of my 28mm ones, because I wanted them to look the same. Simple. And obviously the old Forge World paint scheme was gold trim. But obviously Heresy, things change. So night houses are different colours to what you expect, because they use more of the original artwork from 88 in their stuff. And so it turns out that Ignatum had black trim, which isn't a problem, and it's easy to actually just go over. I just went over the silver trim that I had on my Titans with Basilicanum grey. Job done. It gives that a really good metallic-y metal look. So if you're ever doing like a black metallic, obviously lead belcher and then Basilicanum grey over the top of it, allows for the metallic to show through, but gives that a dark, nice sort of like raw iron type look to it. Most people trying to find Titans to fill their Legios. Forge of Mars trying to find Legios to pull all these Titans. Yeah. There was like the boys from Goonhammer actually was saying like there'll come a time where I'll have all the Legio stuff. And obviously I have painted a lot of Titans, and I find painting Titans so much more enjoyable than other sort of model kits and stuff, because of how much I love the whole background of Titans. You know, they're just awesome war machines. What's not to love about Titans? I was always, from the original release, I was always more of a Reaver princeps as such. Reavers were my Titans. Obviously, I respect Warlords and I respect Warhounds, but I was always a Reaver princeps at heart. And it wasn't actually until I actually built and painted a 40k Warhound for a friend that I actually learned to really like Warhounds, which is quite handy because they are one of my favourite Titan units in the game. I do tend to utilise, like especially like with Legio Solaria, I do love using like Venator light mana pool. That's my sort of, I would say that would be my go-to. Ferox is also quite a good one to have as well. Obviously, mixing Reavers with Warhounds is never a bad thing. Lupercal as well. And that's, again, it's mixing up your mana pools. There's no sort of right or wrong way about building a force. You've got your points. If you want to play with a certain Titan, play with a certain Titan. There's nothing wrong with doing that at the end of the day. There's no rules that say, oh, you can't do that. You've got your stratagems, just go with it. Go with whatever makes you happy. And if that involves, doing, Lupercals or Ferox or Venators or that's the one with the Warbringer, Akura or whatever it's called. You've got a choice. Play games with your friends. Test out what you prefer playing with, because everyone has their own sort of style, how they like to actually play the game. So you just got to find it, and once you found it, just go have fun. And then you master it, and then you move on to another army. There was always fun. My Legio Ataris Warlord hasn't played a game yet where he isn't failed machine spirits and charging at the enemy. So I just gave him a power claw and went with it. See, you take on board the lessons from battle, and then you apply them in battle. I picked Interfector just because I wanted to find a way to make that ring trim work. Well, I would have just gone really simple and basic and just gone, black, Abaddon black on the thing, and then fist on red, because I'm really basic like that. I don't really try to find the difficult schemes. I try to avoid them like the plague. No fun. I don't like them. They scare me, Gonda. They scare me. But nice. I do like the Murder Lords. Like they're a whole thing, that the background where the Titans didn't want to be traitors and they went mad because of it. That's just like, wow, that's really harsh. They couldn't. Titans. Yeah, they might have the machine spirit, might take control every now and again, but it can't be automated on their own premise, because otherwise those warlords and Interfector Titans, given a choice, they would have just buggered off. No, we're not going to be traitors. We want to be Imperials. But they never got the choice, and eventually they just went crazy. But then they got static rounds, which my friend Mike, who plays Interfector, he does love his static rounds on his bolter weapons and shooting people with them. And going mad as well. He done this. We played the first game we played. We went up to Warhammer World because I needed to do some sort of play. I'll say I was testing out my my lists for the Legio walks, and went up to Warhammer World on the 19th in December before last, December 2019, and we was testing out, and I tested out my 1,000-point list, which was going to be Lancers. I was just going to go with Pro Convoy Lancers, 12 of them, just surge them across the field in a lance, hope for the best. And he played Interfector Corsair. So he had 3 Reavers against my 12 Lancers. And this is the game where I learnt to fear melter cannons, because melter cannons really bloody hurt. And I just saw my little Lancers disappearing because he'd done this one thing where he voluntarily went mad, and then he got to fire his gun. It was disabled then, which I thought, oh, well, that's something at least. But then forgetting that he had the repair roll, in which case he then repaired it. And then when he came around to combat again, he shot me again. So that was very, very painful. But I mean, is it just that warlord, or the others are fine? He's got his own little brawly personality, so sure, that works. All Titans have their own character. Now, some of you know already, some of you might not know, but my first big Titan was a Reaver, and I named it Iracundus. And he became, I wouldn't say like a celebrity, but he became known because of one of the Horus Heresy weekenders we went down to, and me, Benjamin Greaves, and my mate Scott Charnick were doing a little photo opportunity in the gaming room to get in all our Tyrannus Knights out. And I also had Iracundus there, and Iracundus had a Bluetooth speaker in it. So when people were coming over to look at the models, as you do, and seeing like the little paint jobs, which was done by my friend Chris Booth on Iracundus, because that's a whole different story. But I got scared because I couldn't give the paint scheme that I wanted to. It was too much of a model at that time. I didn't have the skill set to paint a Reaver Titan. I since then have evolved and have painted warlords. So, but anyway, people were going over to it and looking at paint scheme, and as they're going up close to it, I'm getting my phone out because the Bluetooth speaker is linked to my phone, and then I'm activating a Warhound tune on my phone, which comes through the speaker within Iracundus, which I put the speaker inside the engineering section because it sounds like it's like an echo chamber, so it comes out louder. And the looks of joy on people's faces when they heard it and went, "Is that Titan making a noise?" And you just go, but yeah, it become a little bit of a bit of notoriety from that. But eventually, it got made into an engine of legend for AT, which I had no idea was going to happen. It was just a nice thing that Andy Hoare and Thomas Clark and that did. Well, obviously, it was more Andy telling Thomas to do it as a sort of a thank you for, as his words, being a hobby hero and being involved with like the Titans Owners Club and all that. And obviously, as some of you already know through interactions, I'm not a bad chap. I always try to help people out with questions or whatever. And as a thank you for my sort of years of helpfulness, they made Iracundus a character within the game. So he's sort of canon now, which is really cool. And I still don't get over that. that they did that, and it's absolutely awesome. One of my favourite and proudest achievements, having that honour. But so I was just reliving the past. Looking forward to actually getting some games out and getting Iracundus out and playing with the Ignitum rules now, which haven't been able to do as such. So might have to organise a game with my friend Phil for some Garden Hammer, which we did last year, and I got heat exhaustion. Yeah, as I said, I am still overwhelmed that I had that honour of having my Titan immortalised. They've done it before with like other people's, like in competitions and stuff, but I don't remember them, doing it just for like Joe Blogs as such. So that's why I'm so sort of involved with AT, because not only is it an awesome game, it's an awesome community. As Glenn was saying earlier on, you don't really get that many sort of competitive players in the game, so it makes for a nicer sort of environment to sort of play in. I say, like with the Legio Walks, the only sort of game the campaign weekend that they've had for Adeptus Titanicus was such a great atmosphere. Like everyone there was really cool. You got to meet some of the Christopher Drew, who is responsible for all these little buggers, as like the sort of the sculptor designer of like work a horse to make Titans. He was there with his Legio Kratos. Rob Crouchley was down there with his Audax, because the rules had just come out that day, and so he was asking everyone before a game, look, the rules have only just come out, is it okay if I play with them? And I said, most people would just go, yeah, fine, whatever, and it was such a great atmosphere. Everybody was like, engine kill, and it sort of added to the whole experience. And then obviously, quiz night, everyone had fun, and there was no real there was no real problems or hassle or anything. So it was a very good, relaxed environment to be in. It's just a shame, obviously, COVID came along and ruined everything for everyone. But yeah, so if you get the opportunity to participate in a Games Workshop run Titanicus event, I heartily recommend you do try and get involved in them, because it was a well run weekend, and so much fun was had. So oh dude, oh yeah, no, that's a right kick in the teeth, that is. But as with global pandemic, what are you going to do? That really did suck. I didn't actually manage to get a ticket for it, and I think actually I don't think I could have made that weekend anyway, because I think it was it in June, Glenn? It was either June or July. I know there was something. It was either my boss was going to be on holiday, or I had family commitments that weekend. Felix. Whereabouts are you, Felix? Are you stateside? Or are you Europe? I can't remember if you mentioned last week when you joined us. June. Yeah, I'm thinking that it was something to do with. I think my boss was doing like a family holiday for a. It was a significant birthday for his son. I think it was his 18th birthday, and they was gonna go away with like aunts and uncles and stuff like that. So you can't really say no. Oh, West Canada. Oh, cool. So like Alberta, that's west side, like toward like Calgary. I know over that side, or the really long Saskatchewan, or whatever it's called. That's more central, isn't it? Or Winnipeg. I know Winnipeg. I had cousins living out there when I was younger. I don't know if they're still there now. Always wanted to go to Canada when I was younger, mostly because I had cousins out there. Northern Alberta. Hey, I did learn something at school. Just so I know that, like, like Montreal in Quebec is on the east side, and then you got Alberta. Yeah, it was schooling a long time ago, so but I'm just glad I guessed right. Yeah, no, so I know obviously like with like the US now has their citadel, the Warhammer Citadel. So, but the problem is like so with your countries are a hell of a lot bigger than ours. So unless you do like if you have like friendly local gaming clubs, what is the gaming scene like over there anyway? Because it's not something that a lot of us over in the UK in particular hear about. You know, we've got like where I am in Essex, so that's the southeastern side of England, just northeast from northeastern from central London. So London's only like 40 miles that way from where I'm sitting. Or not even 40 miles, really. Like Greater London's only around about 20, 25, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that Alberta is the size of the UK. We're tiny. We are tiny. But even then, being tiny, you know, you do have things where, you know, people don't fancy travelling too far to go to games. So it's the same with anywhere, really. Being able to participate in games is one thing, but travelling is a whole different kettle of fish. Especially, obviously, I know, like with Canada, where you have a lot of snow at certain times during the year. Because actually, it was my stepdad's cousin is actually an ice road trucker. So we heard the stories of what that was like, driving around through these little towns in the wilderness over like dangerous ice-covered areas. But yeah, it must be hard unless you have like living in a major sort of township or something, which has a good gaming community. Obviously, from there you get those little like after-school clubs initially, and then maybe proper sort of gaming clubs attached to stores if they've got like room in store to actually do a gaming hall or whatever. So that's what it's like over here with where you have all these gaming stores left, right, and centre. I think, not including like Games Workshop where I am, I think within maybe a 10-mile radius. There's probably like 4 like gaming shops, and there's a couple of gaming clubs as well that get set up. That we can sort of, not that I go to gaming clubs, I normally just play with friends, or go to Warhammer World because it's a day out. But if you ever get the opportunity to come over here, Felix, Warhammer World is just to go there and just sit in Bugman's and sit by the fire drinking alcohol and eating one of their massive ogre burgers or something. The Ogre Burger Challenge, which I have a couple of friends that have done that. Just you still pay for it, but you get a certificate if you eat it. If you eat it all and all the chips or fries or whatever you want to call them. Don't fancy myself. Don't like wasting food. When I was younger, I could have eaten a horse, but that is no longer me. The gaming group here entirely varies by city. Mostly it's run by small independent shops, sometimes a few in central Alberta, mainly the 3 biggest cities. Groups up and run tournaments and such, but mostly 40k and AOS, not really with speciality games. That sucks. I mean, growing up here, you get used to crappy weather. So we mostly just do the normal, even in the winter. Ice roads are much further up north, but yeah, they're pretty rough. My family and I were planning on going to France, England, Scotland, and Ireland in the summer. Oh, dude. Yeah, no, that sucks. Say, especially up in Scotland, Scotland and Ireland has some fantastic sort of areas to visit and scenery. Northern England has some amazing scenery. Just up from where my northern sphere lives. So he's up in the northwest side of things. And even up there, sort of like Cheshire up near him is actually got some nice. Well, everywhere has nice areas, but like Lake District is particularly beautiful, picturesque, very wet though, because you get a lot of rainfall up there, but it is very, very pretty. Yeah, if anything, the Lake District. Certain parts of the Lake District actually are very reminiscent of what you've probably seen on Lord of the Rings. So it's that sort of area. Not so mountainous, but there are some really nice sort of like nice hilly areas. But the sort of the terrain is rocky, grassy, few trees. But it's very, very nice and very picturesque, especially around the lakes. Hence the Lake District. So even down to where I am in Essex, there's some really nice, pretty places to visit as well. Just got to find them. Alcohol with a comedy dwarven name, of course. Yes. Did actually name a beer after Joseph Bugman as well. But I just remember them serving something else. Because they had their house ales. Sorry. Oh, I just remembered. I've actually got, apart from my Danish lager that I've been enjoying, coffee, and it's still warm thanks to my thermos.
Alberta, while being fairly large size-wise, is only about 4 million people, so it's pretty sparse as compared to the UK. So less gamers and much more spread out. Yeah. So yeah, that's always going to be an issue, isn't it? Sort of thing, because it's that sort of pool of people you can collect from to actually participate in games. That's why, you know, it's like if I got a friend where it's like one of my oldest sort of best friend from when I was young, Michael. He's a school teacher in a secondary school over here. So because of his love of the hobby and painting, he actually started an after school club. And again, probably because it's, you know, over here, you do get some really good sort of support from Games Workshop, because at the end of the day, it's getting more people involved in the hobby, and it adds to their sales at the end of the day. So you've got to recruit players from somewhere. But with Michael, he wasn't having the opportunity to do too much hobby, because obviously he's doing marking and lesson plans. But by running an after school club, not only does he get to hobby, he also gets to play games and help these kids form that sort of hobby culture that we all sort of develop when we're younger, by playing games with friends in a good and safe environment. And then obviously once they move on, they can take their hobby onwards, like into college, meet people of like-mindedness there, and continue their adventure, or fall out of it. You know, I fell out of the hobby in my sort of early 20s for a few years, so the late 90s. And then it wasn't until the Tau came out in 2001 that I returned. Been here ever since. All right, so with these last bits doing his heels, actually, just remembered I haven't done the bloody head. These last bits here, then I'll just do those bits as well. But yeah, so once you've got all the blacked out areas, any sort of touch-ups you can do them. And again, you don't have to be so precise and, you know, on top of things, because when you're doing the stippling or stipling, I never know which way to pronounce it. So when you're doing that part with the stabby, that will help cover any sort of bits you might mucked up anyway. Right. Ooh, so what to do? Shall I go? No, right, okay. I'm going to keep with the blackheads, because if anyone saw on Twitter when I posted up the picture at just after 6 that I was painting these, you may have noticed that I have one Warhound with a white head and one with a black head. So that represents this, like the pack leaders. So seeing as these two being added, they can just be normal coloured heads as well. So they're all together, because you always want to have like one to designate your sort of Princeps Sonoris in your squads. Felix, are you actually hobbying at the moment, or are you just you're working or something and just viewing in? I know Gondor is doing his War Master. And hello to everyone else in the chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to throw them my way. I'm always happy to. Well, obviously you probably notice I talk a lot. And obviously, if you are enjoying yourself, please like, subscribe, the usual. You know, I have to push it. You know, it helps out, get the numbers up. Right. So just tidy up this little bit here and do its head. And then we can start stippling on the other one. Oh, you're doing your Warbringer. Awesome. I came this close to doing Astroman as as my 4th Loyalist Legio. It was a very close run thing because I did with my Audax. You can look away if you need to, Felix, but I did put a Astroman. Because when I do my little base dead Titans, so let's try that. When I do the ones on the bases, I like to experiment with different schemes. So I have painted a lot of schemes, more so than obviously Legios I actually have. I see what you did there. Sort of get me with some sort of psychology there. Maybe you'll do it as your fit. Cunning, very cunning. I don't know if I will have a 5th Loyalist Legio, but they could be. But then that would make 3 green ones, which is very interesting. Well, 3 green Legios full stop, which I wouldn't have thought at the start of everything that I would actually have 2 green ones, but I have. And Astroman does have, you know, it has a cool background, and the background in Crucible of Retribution is actually pretty badass. You know how their world is set up and how they were doing the brunt of the battles in Crucible of Retribution. But then I do also like, although it's very little and near the end of the actual campaign, but when the Legio Ignatum turned up, and I'm not sure this, I like to think so, but back in 2017 at the Horus Heresy Weekend, where they put on the demo games, I played on the Saturday night game, which they weren't going to do, but they did, and I'm forever grateful that I had the opportunity to play Adeptus Titanicus back then. But I joined the Loyalists with Iracundus. People were using the you've probably seen them, the Gryphonicus Titans that Forge World have, and the Mortis Titans that Forge World have as the playing figures. But if you had your own Titan, you could substitute and join in. So I was on the Loyalist side. My friend Martin Strickfast, who actually, this is where I met Martin, who's part of the Titans Owners Club as well. He turned up with his Tempestus engine, but unfortunately he had to go on the Traitors side. So they swapped out a Gryphonicus and a Mortis Titan for us to join in. And when there was James Hewitt, who was running it, it was the rules writer for Adeptus Titanicus, he was hosting, and he said, right, you've got to have a Princeps Sinoris. Who wants to do it? And nobody was forthcoming. And a couple of guys went, well, you know, you've got a pretty looking Titan, you do it. So it was almost like they took one step backwards and just left me standing there. So I went, okay, I'll do it, and I took it. So I was the Princeps Sinoris of that battle with Iracundus there, and
So it's like Gryphonicus gave the lead, the authority to Ignatum, and in Crucible of Retribution, that's basically what happens. The Ignatum engines that was sent from Sol to help with the situation of like reclaiming the Belt of Iron and everything. They turn up to a battle zone, and the loyalist legios would then basically allow the Ignatum to basically assume control of the battle groups, sort of thing. So these 8 Titans were spread out amongst the different sort of mana pools and stuff, and basically offering technical support and obviously fire support and getting involved in the battle. But it was just a really nice sort of like little thing, and you think like, did the writers actually like use what happened there and put it into the lore? Because I know that they do that quite a lot with their sort of backgrounds and fluff. But yeah, it's I say I just like to think that was that's something that I did, by not doing anything. And but it was a great game, and the Loyalist won, of course, which was even better. We were just awesome. Tom, hello, Tom. Starts powering up Titan reactors. This insult should not go unpunished. Sorry, I did warn you. But as I said, because of what I did on that base, that almost tipped me over to doing Astroman. But then it was Vincent Notley, who I would say strong-armed me. He just wanted to find out an easy way of doing Legio Fortidus, and he sort of like asked me to experiment and find out a easy way of doing Fortidus color schemes. So I did, and then I thought, I really like orange. I don't have orange Titans. And then I done my 8th loyalist, my 4th loyalist, my 8th. Yeah, my 8th one. It's a lot of. Right, okay. Bugger. Right. I'm going to have to just quickly nip next door and get my Mephiston Red, because I didn't pack it in my box. So please feel free, talk amongst yourselves. I will be 20 seconds. All right, sorry about that. Of all the paints that actually leave inside, the most important one of the entire operation. So yes, that was a bit silly. Tom, my long-term friend Simon Fern does his with proper yellow rims since the 90s. He's a bit freaked by his Warmaster. Oh, the Astroman. Yeah. I think I've seen that one. The name definitely rings a bell. But yeah, because with the yellow, like in like the old third ed paint schemes, like with like Ultramarines, where they had the yellow trims, just purely because in heraldry, yellow represents gold and white represents silver. And I don't think they had any decent gold paint back then. And that's what I tell myself anyway. Right, so let's find the appropriate brush for doing some stippling. So we've got 2 hounds done with the black, the gold, which I'm surprised I haven't made too much of a mess of the gold, seeing as I was doing it in reverse technique. So, oh, thank you, Felix. Yeah, I'm really quite pleased with how the Fortidus turned out. And there's something about orange and white that just really just works and looks really, really cool. Which I've just made a bit of a boo-boo there because I just forgot to do some black. But yeah, it's I think with Astroman, I love their mag shells that they have, because I would literally just have Gatling blasters with mag shells every time because it just sounds like fun. I've got magnetic rounds and I'm shooting you with them and they're sticking to you. So yeah, there's but yeah, no, it's after doing Fortidus, yeah, they really grew on me, because say I do love the color orange, and orange and white just looks so nice together. Quite I think when I used to play Titanfall, sorry. Titanfall was one of my color schemes I used to go with my Titans, was sort of orangey with white on them. And the original one, and in the second one, I went with more looking like Bumblebee or Claptrap. Right, that's that. Right, okay. So, what was you saying now? You guys should check out the Titanicus Discord too. Is that the one that like the boys from Goonhammer runs? Because I am actually on that Discord. I don't get involved much on Discord, especially at the moment. Since coming back to work, my social media on that side of things has dropped right out, because I barely have enough time to actually access like Facebook and you know, Instagram and Twitter and all that. But yeah, I've been on there a couple of times and obviously see the chats going off on there. And it seems like a really good bunch of people as well. So, as I say, if the Goonhammer boys are involved as well, like Garrett, Scott, and Zach, yeah, it's going to be a good place to be, because obviously they're really great, especially like with all the rules and the background and stuff like that. So you can't really go wrong with that. It is a really good Discord to be part of. I would share a link, but I haven't got the opportunity and ability to. No. I'm sure if I'll see if I can sort that out, or I'll ask Zach to post it up. I'll post it up. Don't worry, I'll find something to put it on there. Just found it recently. Feels like there's a book you push and the shelves behind you fall back to reveal your Titans. Yeah, that would be absolutely cool if that actually happened. But it doesn't, unfortunately. Maybe one day. Daka. I honestly haven't even refreshed up on the new rules since I haven't played for over a year. I should go and check them. They probably haven't changed that much. It's just a few tweaks here and there, and probably obviously a few sort of changes to certain legios where they might have been like buffed, or they might have not been buffed. and yeah, you've got that to sort of contend with. Right, so stippling. You get your brush, you get your paint on it, you treat it as if you're dry brushing. And instead of dry brushing, you stab repeatedly in some sort of mad panic. No, not controlled. So, see, so just literally just a bit of paint. It doesn't matter if there's a lot goes on or little goes on. You can just go over and stab. I do find that, you know, when you get like maybe a bit of a bigger blob, it actually helps to give it a little bit more definition. So you can just see, and you don't have to go heavy on it. So it's just a little bit of paint on your brush, get off the excess on the rim, give it a little squeeze, little squeeze on your tissue. Then, so try and get a good view. Then just like that. And that is basically what you do all the way around the black. Sometimes you might make a bit of a pig's ear of things, but that's not a problem, because what I then do after I've done the one layer is I will actually go over these plates with Audax. So with that, that's going to tone it back down again, but it ties it all together. It also sort of gives you a little bit of shading towards the trim sections, and then you just go over again with just a little bit of stippling on a few areas. But as I said, I'd use like a lighter color on it. As I said, like Evil Sun Scarlet, perhaps, just to bring it out that little bit more. So you can see how it's all coming together now. Not sure if it's the Goonhammer one. That's the thing, like, because I only know that it's got like the Adeptus Titanicus symbol as the thing, and I also know that you mention what Legio you are, and then they'll change the color of your name. So that's the one that I know that the boys from Goonhammer are on. I think it's the one that they actually run. I'm going to check. No. Well, all right. They might not run it, but I think they're on it, because the Grand Master who runs it is someone Corvo Salem of the Morning Stars. So is the Grand Master apparently. But yes, let's get back onto there. So it's got around about 600 people. You should loving the new universal upgrades, feel like first ed, and allows you to give individual feel to each. Yeah, that was a surprise, having the universal upgrades coming out, because obviously they've made mention of the fact that there's going to be corrupted titans, so they've mentioned it in like speaking and stuff, and you know that they're going to have, with the traitor book, there's going to be corrupted titans. So maybe with these universal upgrades for the loyalists is to counter certain like chaotic upgrades that the traitors will get when they get their book released, whenever that may be. I don't think the traitor book will be anytime like soon, because of the way they normally operate, because you can't have so much. Cause we've had a lot of releases this last few weeks. You've had a Battlefield, you've had a new Titan, and a new book. So like last year and even the year before, sort of thing, we got, was it two books last year? So we got Shadow and Iron in February, and then we got we got 3 books last year. So we got Shadow and Iron, we got Defense at Riser in the middle of the year, and then we got Crucible of Retribution at the end of the year. So it's 3 books. So we've had 1 book at the, well, say COVID affected start of the year. So we should get, or say that book, I'd say summertime, perhaps late summer, maybe autumn. And obviously there'll be speculation aplenty already about like the War Master, like if there'll be like they did with the Warlord, where you had 2 varieties of Titan. Be interesting to find out. I was actually having a conversation with a friend of mine, Ben Yip, as he's started to get more involved in AT again, with some extra purchases recently. But we was actually talking about, he was asking about the War Master sprue, and pointed out that all the heads are on the weapon sprue. And if we remember, when they done the Mars Beta pattern, you know, the Warlord with the Sun Furies and the Power Claw and that the head was on the weapon sprue. So, I wouldn't go too far into it, but but it would be interesting, definitely. You know, if they had a variant of the War Master, and obviously just the idea that it might have more heads as well, because we all like to have the ability to personalize our Titans and sort of give them different looks and stuff, and more heads give us that ability to do that. So, okay, question for all you Titaners out there, or Titan heads. Out of all the Titans they've released so far, which is your favourite Titan head? So all classes are open. What the hell? I think a cat just fell down a wall. So yeah, for me, I like the Mars Beta head, the Centurion one, which is iconic for Fire Wasps, as it says so. If you ever bought the big version from Forge World, because I only sell it at Forge World, it actually says in the little fluff you get in the actual rules instructions, they have a little bit of background about that particular head, and it actually says in that it's synonymous with the Fire Wasps. So it obviously means that a lot of Fire Wasps had that head. And I suppose in some ways it's similar to like the Lucius head, Warlord head, that we've seen, like Penumbral Reaper, the Mortis Reaper dude, that's been in a couple of books, which has a Lucius head, you know, the one with the funny smiley face. That is that's got to come out at some stage, because they can't really put it in the pictures and not have a model for it. So maybe there'll be like a upgrade kit for doing those sort of little touches, furnishing your Titans with new looks. Oh, yeah, I've missed half a shin pad, leg greave. What we got here? God, give the traders time to buy a loyalist maniple. That's the one thing I don't like about this new preset book box set, is that it's got Mortis on the front. Everything inside it is amazing. 5 Titans in one box, but the box art is Mortis. It's because for me, obviously, Mortis have run the roost for the majority of the Horus Heresy, like the book series, and obviously the Forge World game as well. It's all been Mortis, 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 and it's only been in the last couple of years, like since the binary succession artwork, where you have the warmonger class Imperial class Titan walking down the boulevard with the other Titans behind it, sort of thing, and the up close picture of just seeing an Imperator like looking over all these small people in front of it. It's only been from there and like Master of Mankind. Since then, that Ignatum has been showing up in the stories, which seems wholly unfair. They should have more of them. Should have been everywhere. Yeah, the standard Reaver head. Yeah, I'm absolutely 100% with you there, Glenn. Which I was having a little ferret around in some of my old sprues at the forge before coming home tonight, and I actually found a sprue with a power fist on there, and still on it was a original Mars Alpha head. So with the Reavers that you get in the precept, I think they're the Mars Beta ones. So I've got one spare head to exchange for it. Put that on one of my Reavers, which I think I'm going to have to go with adding that one to. Oh, I don't know. Should I add it to Fortidus? I can't remember. I think I've done 4 Reavers with Fortidus. Do I? I don't know. I'll find a home for it. Because he's just so iconic. Timmy, no. There's a dog outside, as you may hear. He's a Tibetan Spaniel, which they are actually bred specifically in Tibet for the monks to look like little lions and to bark at approaching bad people, which is handy if you're in that region. But in Essex, he's a barker, and he's just barks and barks and barks and barks, or barks. He barks and barks. He's a lovable little git. Bless him. Don't tell him I said that. Oh, Timmy. Timmy. Right. They've come in from out indoors to deal with his tenacious barking. The new War Master head, is that the Lecter one? Is that the one with the yeah, the I just got that Hannibal Lecter. That's tickled me more than it should have. Yeah, he's the I just imagining a Titan sitting there going sorry, composure. Yes, so out of the War Master heads, I'll be honest with you, up until that moment I didn't really care that much for that particular one, but now I'm thinking of it as the Lecter. I actually do quite actually I see it in a new different light, which makes a huge difference to how you perceive things. Right, I might have buggered up on this one a little bit. I'm distracted by dogs, as you do, but I shall rectify that, because what I'll do is I'll reverse the stipling and go over the, it's basically where I've just gone a little bit heavier. You'll see there's a few patches there where you've just a bit too much of the colour has come off in one go. So I will change that. Actually, I'm going to change brush. That will, doing two back to back doesn't really help. So just dig out another brush that is suitable. I'll give that one a go. Oh, I don't know actually. Right, I'll try this one. Don't like the Lucius head, but I also like the one with the plasma warlord. Yeah, so that is the Mars pattern, the Mars Beta head, the one that comes with the Sun Fury one. Although there's two of them in there. You got that one, and then you got the other one with which is more yeah. Yeah, that one I'm not too keen on either. I think I did use it on one Titan, one Warlord, but I do just prefer like the normal ones a lot more. But obviously you do mix them up, because I know with Legio Kratos, Hammer of Tyrants, its Engine of Legend has the Mars Beta head. So if you want it to look appropriately authentic, you need a Mars Beta head. You also need a Sun Fury, but you get two of them, so it's not a hard problem to rectify. So, right. But yeah, so with this stipling, it just goes on really well. Turning round so you can actually, so you're just literally just stabbing it into existence upon the armor. As I said, I'm going to go over the bits where I went a little bit too heavy with the Mephiston red. I'm going to go back over that with a Baden black, just to sort of break it up a bit, because you don't want it to be clumped too close together. You just want as random as you can, but not too. It doesn't matter if it doesn't really matter if you go a little bit light, almost like a dry brush in places, because the stronger parts will actually adds to the effect anyway. But you just don't want to have too bigger clumps, if you know what I mean, because then it just looks like reverse ladybug. I incinerated him with a nice scissorine. Yeah, that can work. I've got a couple of friends that are absolutely. If have any of you ever watched the Hannibal TV series with Matt Mickelson as Hannibal, because that is quality. It was a really great show. It's like origin story of Hannibal and his relationship with Will. I can't remember his surname. It basically, because the original film with Hannibal Lecter was Manhunter, which had Brian Cox in it, and the guy who went on to be the main lead in CSI, the original CSI, played Will. Can't remember his name, but the series is just brilliant. How very psychoanalytical, and you go through a lot of what we've seen in the films, like the origins of in Hannibal, the film Hannibal, where you have Mason Verger, who was played by Gary Oldman, I believe, in the movie. The guy who basically Hannibal convinced to cut his face off because he was a bit of a sicko. Because that's the thing about Hannibal, is that you kind of like him because not what he does, but who he does it to. So because they're bad people that he's murdering and then eating, although you could say it was a little bit excessive when you hear the story about how he killed and ate some violinist because he played out a tune or something, and that was a bit a bit much. Surely the guy didn't deserve to be eaten. But on the whole, most people that watch that program, it's like with Dexter as well. Yes, he's a serial killer, but he's killing bad people, and so you sort of accept it. You go, no, it's fine. He's not being a. They deserve it, and so yeah, you're sort of you go with it, and they get that sort of anti-hero sort of edge to them. Do their toes. I got one more greave to do there, but as you can already sort of see on the patterning there how it's sort of sporadic is what you want to give it that proper sort of book art effect that Audax have. Yes, Dexter is genius, and I saw a little teaser for the new series of Dexter because he's coming back. So I think he's up. Actually, I think Dexter's up in your parts, your neck of the woods, Felix. Apparently, so don't be a murderer. Because you get a visit from Dexter, you end up in a plastic-coated room. But yeah, now Dexter was such a great series to follow. It had some really interesting characters, like Vince Masuka was just over the top and such a lech, but funny. He's you can probably find it on YouTube where there's a scene where Vince Masuka is a very misunderstood person. He's, as I said, is a very Lecce type person. He's good at what he does, being a forensic scientist, and like knowing what he's about, and the study of blood splatter and all that sort of stuff. But he's just so inappropriate at times, and in this one part of one of the seasons, he's having like a moment of a confidence crisis, and he's not. Vince Mazuka isn't being Vince Mazuka, and it's not until when they're dealing with how somebody died, and that the FBI are chasing one avenue of inquiry or something, and he knows that they're absolutely wrong, and he just opens up with both barrels, and it's the 20 seconds sort of speech of him explaining everything, and how he finishes it off is just classic TV. If Tom remembers about science being a cold-hearted bitch, and the rest of that sentence. Do not put it into the chat, please. If people want to find out just how wrong this guy is, but funny, they will hunt him out. But yeah, how to give explanations on science matters to people that don't know, and he certainly did that in that occasion. There's just a few extra bits I've just realised. So on the weapons, so that's the good thing with Audax. You can just put whatever amount of coloration on there. As I said, I only done the alternates for the squad leaders as such, because I wanted them to sort of stand out from the rest. Right. So that's that. Now I forgot to do the repair job on the second one, where I'd gone a little bit OTT with the red. So let's get a fresh brush for that. So as I showed you earlier on with my collection of brushes of all makes, shapes and sizes, you always find a use for old, brushes that lost their tips, especially. Because obviously the way I paint, I do go through quite a few brushes in that respect. But they can live again. So as you can see, I'm just doing what I was doing with the red, but with black over the more heavier parts, just to break them up a little bit more. So a bit more paint on that. So this way, it's just a bit of back and forth with black and red. So you get the right sort of distribution of the colours. Just make sure, a little look over. Because I said, with this sort of stage, you can't do it wrong. There's no wrong way about doing it, unless you're painting it onto the actual guns themselves. But if you're doing the plates, you really can't muck it up. So you can do, because if you do muck it up, you just reverse it and go and get with the other colour. So Yeah, I think I know, like with Dexter, obviously the way he was operating to um, get like Deb, obviously with thing, trying to hide the fact that he's a serial killer by living in plain sight. That was really interesting with Dexter, and his rules that his step adoptive father was teaching him. You know, because his adoptive father, who was a cop, could see that he had this darkness within him. Lee paints 2 Warhounds. Yes, I do. Because that's the beauty of Warhounds, is that they come in 2s, so you paint them in 2s. it's quite, yeah. Sorry, it's what I do. Warhounds, it's like building Warhounds is like it's almost like I could do it blindfolded, because the amount of bloody Warhounds I've built and painted over the last couple of years. But yeah, it's the whole process where, because you know what you're doing, and it's just you're fully automated the way you go about it. And that's the whole thing, is like rinse and repeat. You do what you do and move on to the next one. I just realised I just missed this bit on its plasma blast gun. And we were saying, like, so you can just see the mottling, how it comes out on that. So, oh, actually, that's quite cool. Yeah, so this one, I've realised I didn't do the jowls. So what I'm going to do with them, I'm not going to actually go on them. I'm going to paint over them with another layer of black to make it more defined. So it gives a little bit of difference to other Warhounds. So it's just the little details like that to differentiate between each other. And also when I do sort of like paired Warhounds like this, I do like to alternate the weapons sides as well. So like one's got left plasma, he's got right plasma. So again, it sort of helps break them up, because I've glued those in place. Right, as I was saying earlier on, now I've done that part of the job, I'm going to go over the armor with Agrax. So it's just like a light coat of Agrax, basically, and that will help tie it together. So getting a bit onto the actual trim as well. It doesn't, you can be as neat and tidy or as messy as you want, because either way is not going to hurt what you're doing. I also like to make sure I get a little bit more Agrax into the grill areas on the backs to help with the sort of like the weathering section of them. But yeah, so that will help, as I say, just tidies it all together, even though you're making a mess. I know what I'm talking about, don't worry. And just give that. Well, that's why I love Agrax so much. Obviously, most people use Nuln oil, but since AT come out, I've been using more and more Agrax for doing like metals and stuff, because it gives that more sort of dirty, greasier look to it. Whereas with black, I would normally associate Nuln oil with like scorching, stuff like that. So haven't done now. But yeah, just a wash, a shade of Audax, just fills in everything, ties it together, helps hide any sort of missed bits, like between the trim and the plate itself. And then once I've done this on both pieces, what I'm going to do next is actually, as they're drying, because this is another reason why I paint so fast, or seem to paint so fast, is that whilst it's drying, I'm doing something else. So it's being economical with your brush time, basically. And last toe, and the back. So bar. Almost done 1/3 of a Warbringer. Now with Warbringers, obviously it was such an awesome kit to have come out, but in game they're actually really quite good. They may look a little bit cumbersome, and you know, we've got big gun on the top, but they can take a lot of hits. They've got that little bit extra on the reactor, a little bit extra on the shields. Little more difficult to hurt than a Reaver, not as fast as a Reaver, but it's you know, it can take a lot of damage. And you know, I got a lot of respect when I played when we came out of lockdown last year. I think it was like in the summertime. Again, I played my friend Phil and I played my friend Martin. So this was after I'd done the Audax. So this was probably be about August time, I think. And we played in his back garden, and I fielded a Warbringer. And as I said, I was really impressed with just how tough they are. And you know, it was right in the middle of, you know, Warhounds running around, a couple of Reavers, but it was there, and it took a lot of damage. It also gave out a lot of damage as well. And that Quake cannons are just awesome. I love Quake cannons. Yeah, Quake cannons are never something that you should overlook. They're not as popular as volcano cannons, because volcano cannons do the big damage. But Quake cannons, just for the fact that once the enemy's shields are down and you hit them with a Quake, it's making them move. I like to make my enemy titans dance. And that in itself can have hilarious consequences. As I found out in the last game I played at the Legio Walks, which was also my hardest game. Was the guy I was up against? Well, he was a Games Workshop store manager, so obviously he knew the rules in and out or whatever. But his formation, he was using a Fortis formation. He was Legio Volpa as well, and obviously I had Legio Solaria, so that was a matchup. You know, the two Legios that hate each other. But yeah, his Fortis, he was the immovable object, because he had 2 Warlords and 3 Reavers and a Porphyrion on the side sniping. That Porphyrion of his done a lot of, like, stripped the shields out of 2 of my Warhounds and started to inflict damage on them. So you know, it earned its 100 points quite easy. And obviously, it weren't until after Legio Walks event that they nerfed the Porphyrion down. Well, the points and everything made them more expensive because they were just a little bit good. You know, shield stripping, they're fantastic. But yeah, so
going up against a Legio Volpa Fortis maniple with one of the warlords and one reaver standing on a hill in a fire support situation with a void shield generator behind them. So they're merging shields because they can do that with the Fortis maniple, and you're throwing so many shots into them, and all the fouled ones they get to re-roll. So it took a lot to actually strip them down. So I took the most casualties in that game. I took more casualties in that game than I did out the previous 4 games. So that's how tough it was, going up against a princeps that knew his force and had it set up and, you know, worked it pretty well. But once those shields went down on those on the warlord and reaver that was still sitting on top of a hill, because that was his last 2 basically. Once those shields went down, directly opposite them on my hill on its own was the warlord Aphionia, and it was armed with 2 quake cannons, and it fired twice, got 4 hits, so it basically got 2 hits on each, because of the like scatter basically. It made the reaver walk backwards first of all, which trod on top of the void shield generator, so destroyed that. It then walked sideways into the warlord and damaged, I think it somehow damaged its legs, sort of thing. And then the warlord moved. It walked into the reaver, killed the reaver. The reaver then blew up, and he had wildfire. No, it blew up. No, it blew up. Not it blew up? Or it might be magazine explosion or something like that. So basically, it blew up, and then it. No, it was wildfire. So anyway, it died, and then it fell on top of the warlord, and then the warlord died. So that was just from 2 shots, getting 4 hits, making them dance a little bit on top of a hill, and they both killed each other eventually. So that was hilarious to see, because that was such a relief. It was such a hard-going game as well. It was one of those games that you're right in there because it was so close. You know, one false move, one side, and you know he could have, you know, absolutely decimated me, and vice versa. And it just so happened to be luck on my side in that instance, and managed to take him out. But that was such a tough game. It was my favourite game of the Sunday, because of just how challenging it was. But you know, as we were saying earlier on, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. You're always going to have fun, one way or the other. So I had fun, but luckily came away with the win, which against Volpa. Oh, such bad people. Hoping that at the top being front art sticks. Oh yeah, because that was that's something, isn't it? Where I'm not sure. It would be nice, seeing it as it's a carapace, so you can't have 360, because if you think about it, because this is one of the things that I had about Gatling blasters and warlords, because the shoulder-mounted Gatling blasters are Reaver class weaponry, so they would be lighter in comparison to warlord class weaponry.
So they should have that 45-degree arc. And obviously, initially on the cars, they had 45-degree arc, and then they said, "Oh no, it's corridor only." But then they rescinded it and said, "No, it is 45 degrees." So that gives a benefit for having, because it's not a heavy hitting weapon, and it's paired as well. So you're not getting any more shots than you would do having a shoulder-mounted Gatling blasters, which I think is a shame, especially for like Vulcan Megabolt array. You know, why isn't that sort of like 6 shots like each? So 12 shots total. But yeah, because the Apocalypse launcher is, because the Apocalypse launcher, each one technically is 5 shots, which make the 10. But why not the Vulcan bolter array? Why is that at 12? Yeah, the Quake cannons are awesome, Felix. So that's my recommendation: Warbringers and Warlords with Quake cannons. As I said, they're only strength 9, so a Sun Fury and the volcano cannon's always going to out kill generally, but it's the effects that you can get with making them dance. It was absolutely worth it just for that. Right, so that's them drying off now. I'm going to do the bases, so I've already got them out, so that's a Belcher. Mechanica Standard Grey. So when I do my bases, so you can just see it there. It's a grey. I use a grey spray. It's a company over here. It's actually a car shop that does this spray. Halfords that do this grey primer. It's very fine, so it's great for not losing detail. So after I've sprayed the base, I get Mechanica Standard Grey, and so just a flat brush. Get a bit of water on that, because it doesn't really matter if it's watered down a bit, because all I'm going to be doing is just going over the primer. Because with the Mechanicum Standard, because when I sprayed over it with the lead belcher spray on the Titans, so I always prime them, and then I always use lead belcher as the base coat spray, because if I ever get Forge Weld bits resin, you want to have them all the same color. So if you prime them and then lead belcher, they'll all come out the same. Whereas if you just went over with lead belcher over the top of the resin, it doesn't look the same as the lead belcher that you've already done. So yeah, I always prime them and then go over with Mechanica Standard. So that just helps sort of cover any bits, gives it a nice, slightly darker sort of, because you want it as like urban bases, because I always based all my Titans the fact that they were fighting in urban areas. So like Titan Death was my main inspiration, fighting amongst city blocks and stuff. So that's why I give that, like going over there. And obviously if you do water it down a little bit, it spreads on easier, obviously, but also it dries a little bit quicker, because you're not putting so much thick paint layers onto it. So just quickly zoom around that. So this will probably be the longest part of the actual whole piece tonight. Just letting it dry. But it shouldn't take too much longer, because once it's dried, then we can go over with the Tyrant Skull dry brush to catch all the edges of the rocks and the roughness sort of thing. So it gives it a nice bit of extra depth to the actual floor. Also with these ones, compared to my other Audax Titans, probably have the least amount of building sections, because I normally use the Civitas buildings, cutting them up and all that, but I just thought I wanted them in a sort of a running pose, so having them sprinting into buildings isn't a good look. So I just had them sort of more open ground, but with a lot of sort of rubble scattered around. It's not as if they're going to trip over a boulder, but it just gives you that sort of little bit of extra sort of look of, it's in the middle. It could be debris from an explosion or something that's spread out over a wider area. Right, so that's that. And right, so actually need a little bit of aggro, so I just missed a bit on the shoulder there. So yeah, as I said, in between each phase, I'm always checking on parts that I may have overlooked, because that's the thing, when you're doing a stream, you're paying attention to you guys and what you're doing and talking. Although I have to be honest and say, like, I was trying to sort out like a down view camera for today, so you would have just seen me painting the Titan. I'll say we had with my first stream the other week, somebody did say, like, oh, it's like, you're meant to be building a war master and you don't really see the war master. So, you've got to take on sort of these sort of things to help become better sort of at what you're doing. So I took that on board, and that's why I've been trying to show you more, because the last thing you want me to do is like just continue rambling and then say, oh look, you want to see it actually happening. So that's what I've been adding on there, so you can see it. Remember a Quake story when 4 hounds shield sharing all mosh pitted themselves to death? That would have been a fun game to be involved with. The scene was like head banging, going at it, mental, just unleashing themselves. But as I say, that's the whole fun. Obviously, that only works if the shields are down. But once the shields are down, that's when the fun happens. And you mosh pitting. That would have been fun to watch. And the corridor standard on Warlord, but the new book has war gear and makes front arc, so that's an auto. Yeah, the gyroscopes, isn't it? So you can give that. Yeah, gyroscopes. Yeah, like Apocalypse launches with gyroscopes. If you can do that, then that's actually going to be. That's going to open up a lot of avenues, because obviously, when you're up against warlords, you're always watching where that main corridor is, and trying to keep out of it. But if it's 45 degree, that actually makes the warlord actually a lot more maneuverable and usable to sort of force you into playing it a little bit safer. So that helps the warlord, because they're not the most maneuverable of Titans at the end of the day. But you want to be able to, you've got a massive gun platform, and if you can't shoot something, it's a little bit disappointing. So yeah, investing in gyroscopes for those for the carapace mounted weapons, as you say, is an auto take in a lot of cases, just to give you that sort of extra avenue and a strategic edge for your big guys, because otherwise you're always going to be outflanked by knights in particular.
because I've played a game where I had 3 Questoris, just by edging up the side of the table, made my opponent change his tactical plans because he's got one eye on these 3 Questoris Knights. And yeah, Questoris Knights can be like paper in front of a strong breeze. But if you've got another Titan facing you, what do? Do you ignore the Titan? Or do you ignore the Knights? And that's what you sort of have to do. You're sort of making a player make a decision. That decision they make might not be the right decision, but at least you make one. And sometimes it pays off, sometimes it don't. But when you're putting pressure onto your opponent, it does make a huge difference to how your game plan is affected. Because if you're affecting theirs, they're not playing their game plan. They're reacting to yours. So there's some little nuggets of wisdom for you, Princeps. Something I actually learned from playing Tau. Yes, even Les Blasters could feel better. They're a bit underwhelming for the cost. Well, that's the thing with Las Blasters and Turbo Lasers. Turbo Lasers, less shots, but you don't have the negative modifier for range. Whereas Las Blasters, you've got 6 shots, but over 16 inches, I think, you're at -1 to hit. Which you want to be hitting with everything all the time. But I still prefer a turbo laser at present. I'd rather take not having a negative modifier to my shooting than having the extra shots. Because obviously, if you've got Las Blasters up close, not a problem. Not a problem at all. But over 16 inches, -1. And some people forget that. So always make sure when your opponent is shooting you with them, you check that range. Because obviously after the shot's been declared, they can obviously measure, unless they've got something that allows them to pre-measure. But yeah, just check it and then remind them they're at -1. Because I'm sure there's people out there that sort of conveniently forget about the -1 over 16 inches. So more Princeps advice as needed. If you're playing Exterminus Maniple, for instance, the lack of flank support would be much less difficult. Yeah, as I say, having the maneuverability, or obviously the those sort of avenues of fire, especially on Warlord shoulder mounts, because that's one thing. Like Apox, yes, they're not the strongest of weapons, but they're there to take your shields out, because you want to be shooting with them first, strip your shields, and then follow up with the big guns once your shields are down. But having that ability to actually move them in a 45-degree arc compared to just the corridor is such a game changer. It'd be interesting though if the traitors get, because as we were saying earlier on, whether or not the traitors will get in their codex, I'd say codex, their Legio book, they might get like corrupted Titan stuff, but they're mentioning it. They've mentioned it in the last 2 books about corrupted Titans and Knights. So that's probably what they're going to get with their book. But will they also get the universal upgrades? Because then that, oh my god, if they've got like special voodoo magic powers, with like being chaosified, and then they've got universal stuff as well. There's a lot of upgrades for one. Pardon what? But yeah, it was. You could be spending, like I was talking to a friend earlier on, Zach Bear, who's obviously one of the Goonhammer guys, and he was saying about if you're going to get like upgrades, you don't know what these upgrades are going to do, how they're going to affect your titans, and then you could be like spending out like 400 or 500 points in just upgrades. You filled a 2,000 point mana pool and you've only got 4 titans because everything else is done to upgrades. But as I say, with those upgrades, they again, they're there as an option, so it allows us to cater for our sort of our tactical and strategic sort of operations that we want to run. Right, so let's do a little comparison. So it's not too bad. So yeah, so this, as I said, got to do his eyes still, red eyes, but you say just sort the weapons out, sort the space out. So, but the armor is looking pretty spot on. I'll do like like on this finished one, on the cabling sort of pipes and stuff. I use the Basilicanum grey on pipes and cables. So it sort of differentiates them from everything else. I also like to put on the weapons themselves. I tend to put Seraphim Sepia over the guns, so it gives it a different look to the rest of the superstructure. So we'll do that now whilst everything else is still drying. That's it. Oh, pardon me. What's that? That's what I mean when I need to get in closer, at which point they're easy to slip past. Yeah, you just turn around them, really. Favourite Warbringer loadout? So obviously Quake Cannon for me. I know you obviously got there's been those little sneaky pictures showing off the volcano cannon for the Warbringer. Or if you're a very talented hobbyist, you may well have already done yourself a Warbringer volcano cannon out of using a volcano cannon from a warlord. But arm mounts, I quite like either twin las blaster and the volcano, or las blaster and Gatling blaster. And that's because it gives me shield stripping with the Gatling blaster with a reasonable range. The las blaster also for shield stripping if I wanted to, boost the reactor to do shield bane. I've got that option as well, but it's free, strength 8 shots. And again, the Quake Cannon's going to be out of use of anything within 9 inches anyway. So you might as well have something of a strong-natured weapon. Otherwise, so I like to balance it in that respect. So I cover those eventualities. But I just like the look of the two las blasters on a Warbringer, because it's just like 6 barrels, 6 barrels of fun straight in your face. And obviously you can push the reactor a little bit more because you haven't got a volcano cannon to worry about. All these people are like going, oh, I want to have a Warbringer with a volcano cannon on the back and then 2 underslung. You're just asking for trouble. That's more bloody machine spirit rolls you're probably going to get, plus your reactors. So unless you're like Legio Crucius, or you have a Legio that has good plasma rules, you're going to be overheating really, really fast. And I don't like overheating. If I'm gonna kill a Titan, I want to be, by being in the thick of battle, not because I haven't been watching how much heat I'm generating. So I think that goes back to when I used to play BattleTech. Really, always, heat management. Always did what I could to keep the reactor healthy and not being angry with me and blowing up in my face. Right, so that part's done. Right, we can now move on to doing the dry brushing. Not the dry brushing, sorry. Using the dry brush paint, the Tyrant Skull. Can't see. It's Tyrant Skull, trust me. And then doing that over the base. So again, I like to use a flat brush. And obviously make sure you've got enough on your there. Oh, these are for all, not just loyalists. All right, okay. Poor Reaver makes me sad. Looks lovely. Reaver looks like handsome, even in Death Felix. Yeah, sorry about that. Always thought using Volcano, Quake, and either a second Volcano or a Gatling with Warbringer for long range fire. Yeah, say because it's a Reaver Volcano, it's only strength 10, not strength 12, but you still got to do the old heat machine spirit. Sorry. So you could be getting a lot of reactor going up, and that's never good to have a hot Titan. Because again, that's something that some people forget or forego about, is actually, if you're in the orange, that's never a good place to be. And if you're in the red, that's definitely not a good place to be. So again, just sort of make sure you keep on top of your engine management, and because obviously if you are in orange, you can take damage, and you don't want damage happening, especially if you've already been hit somewhere. Why help the enemy to kill you? So never good situation to be in. But as I say, we all play differently. That's how I like to make sure that everything is rosy. Yeah, sorry. Melter Quake is also, yeah, I love melters. With my Venator formation for my Solaria, I had a turbo laser on the roof, and then 2 melter cannons. So if you're close enough and you get your free shot, for example, you might very well be able to use within 24 inches for a melter cannon. You might be able to get a melter cannon shot in
on an unprotected Titan and do some nice damage to it because it's a free shot. And then obviously when it comes down to the combat, because I'm thinking of like first fire orders with Warhounds using Vulcan Mega Bolters to strip the shields off or something, just so you get a free shot from your supporting Reaver. Always lovely. But yeah, so but obviously it depends on the range, so you might be able to just go with a turbo laser instead. So it's still a high strength weapon, not as good as strength 11 for the melter cannon, but I found it was really effective in my games. So yeah, and obviously most games are generally on a 4x4 board, so within, well, you should be in range in second turn anyway to use the melters. So, but yeah, double melters are always good, and especially if you're up against knights as well, because melters are just lethal against knights. Or anything stronger than strength 9 generally. So Sun Furies, not Vulcans, plasma blast guns on maximal and Sun Furies on maximal. Melters, because if you're strength 9 or above, knights don't get a save, iron shield save, so you bypass their iron shields. So that's always good. Obviously, with quake cannons, they're strength 9, so and they automatically you have to, if you get hit by a quake cannon and you're a knight, you have to automatically do a command check, or no, sorry, you're automatically shocked, sort of thing. So that helps slow down those pesky knights. Yes. So this is the second one. If the tyrants go over the base, so I used to sort of when I first started using this technique of using sort of dry brushing on dry compounds over bases, because I was never one. I never enjoyed doing bases, full stop. But since doing it this method, I would say I've done all my Titans in this urban sort of feel, and then like my Space Marines and stuff. My Heresy armies. Most of them were done with Armageddon dust bases. Dry brush with Terminus stone, and then it used to be Seraphim Sepia just to put over to give them their look. But for urban, I'd go over with Mechanica Standard Grey, and then the Tyrant Skull and Agrax afterwards. I'm just tidying up the shield nudes, because obviously when I was doing the stapling, I might have been a little bit messy. So yeah, so after you've done what we've done so far, so obviously the majority of it, just going through the tidy up phase, just checking bits, what need to be addressed. But so the shield veins need to be sorted out anyway. The shield generators. A couple of my friends who where they've forgotten to cut these little bits off the sprues when building them, and then they go, "Oh, where's my shield generator?" And they've already thrown the sprues away. Sucks, but it happens. Right, so that's that. Touch up the liberated gold in some sections. But it's the same idea. You have to kind of have to run that variant up close and personal. Could be a lot of fun. Yeah, as I said, dual melters on a 4x4. Your second turn, you're going to be in range unless you're going to just hide and not advance, and the enemy don't advance. Then they're really boring games. AT works best when you've got a decent amount of scenery. Because the amount of games, like when it first came out, the amount of people going, "Oh, it's boring. We just stand at our deployment. We just shoot each other." Yeah, because there's nothing there for you to sneak up in and run around. Once you've got that, eye blocking scenery piece or several, bits that you can get Titans behind, so it's harder to hit. It makes it a lot more interesting, a lot more tactical, and especially like with knights, because again, people go, "Oh yeah, they die easily." Knights don't die easily. They can do if you get a lucky roll, but how often do you get really lucky rolls? And you say if you've got scenery, if you can't see him, you can't shoot them unless you've got barrage. But if you've got barrage, it's not going to. It's going to be weapons that they can make decent saves with, especially if you've got like a full banner. They're still going to be rolling, like 3+ saves or whatever from being rained upon with apocalypse launch missiles, and obviously it's harder for you to hit them. So you're rolling the 5+ to hit instead of 3+. So yeah, it all balances out somewhere down the line. He says. But yeah, it's don't go by what people say. Learn for yourself. See what you find works for you, and then just add it to your arsenal of tactical genius, and go out there and take out your opponents. That's why I like Lancers so much, because they obviously give you the +1 to your shield saves. So if you're having like support banners, as long as you've got one Lancer in there, you get a +1 to your shield save, which is very handy, especially when you're being shot by stuff that, well, anything you get shot at, you can save a save against. Having +1 to your save is always nice, because obviously the less amount of Titans, sorry, the smaller the group of knights, the worse your save is. So having a +1 is never to be sniffed at. Plus, they're very nasty in close combat. That's where knights belong. Right in your enemy's face. So just touch on bits that I'd either gone over with black or gone over with red. So, little bits and pieces scattered here and there. So a lot of the things you can't actually see. So like on a tabletop, you won't see half the stuff that you're touching up, but you know it's there. So you have to do it, because otherwise you just get a little bit annoyed. City Fight Titans, yeah. Well, I actually at the very last Horus Heresy Weekender, which was 20. No, it went 2019. Yeah, it was 2019. Sorry, the last weekend of 2019, and that's when I met Guy Haley and saw his awesome Solaria Titans that he's got, because he's made the maniple that he writes about in his book Titan Death, which is so cool. But it was that and the book which inspired me to do Solaria. But while we was there, I said to him, like, "Oh, should we get our Titans out? Because I've got my Titans. Let's get them out." And they had the Forge World board there. So we took the Titans, placed them on the board, and we took some photographs and stuff. So it looked very thematic. You know, told a little story of this little battle between some Solaria against Krytos and my house Caesarian knights. And on the table next to us was the Zone Mortalis boards. And I just said, AT scale he's got. So I just sort of mentioned, so like, you know, you could use those Zone Mortalis tiles, because you could fit Warhound in there. You could probably just, on the wider sections, fit a Reaver in there if you wanted to. But you could have it as that it represents either the internal structure of a forge or a hive city, or even a ship, you know, because it's not unheard of that Titans have been known to fight within the confines of spaceships, as well as on the surfaces of them. But that, I've never got round to actually doing it, but that would have been an interesting little sort of game variant where, yeah, for scenic purposes alone, it would have been all amazing to have that battle going on a Zone Mortalis board. Or I suppose it's the Necromunda tiles now, isn't it? The plastic ones that they do for Necromunda. That would have been interesting. Because obviously line of sight, you have loads of little banners of knights running around the corners, running into each other, going, "Ah! The fury of close combat!" And just going at it hammer and tongs, really. Got these little toey bits. Yeah, no, it totally would have. So I kind of regret not having a Zone Mortalis tiles. They're really good. I actually really enjoy playing Zone Mortalis. It's a really good thematic game system. It's different to everything else, and I like being a little bit different from time to time. All right, so as I say, just touching up on a few bits here on the trim. So yeah, my little experiment, I don't think it's actually too bad, really. A lot less work involved, like than if I was to paint the trim on it separately, if you know what I mean. And they look the same anyway because of the paints that you're using. Being a base paint with like a bad and black for the base of the actual camo, well, not camo, is it? It's the scheme for Audax. So do his toes here. Just need a little touch up. So I always used to use like Retributor gold, but the gold they have in the artwork for the Audax models is definitely more Liberator.
Because obviously with Retributor it goes on a lot easier being a base paint, whereas Liberator's a layer. So, but it's a nice light gold as well. I'm definitely going to have to get a new one, because if I'm going to do some Volcanum engines to add to their number, I'm definitely going to need some more. And I can't do this method with Volcanum because I use contrasts to paint them. That's a whole new different ball game altogether, using contrast paints. Because obviously whatever colour you're painting over will affect how it looks. So it's what I sort of realised, because when I was experimenting with doing Legio Fortidus, I was working on like a lead belcher base and then going over with like Griffhound, and it looked brown. I thought, why is it looking brown? Why is it looking brown? And then I changed it up and went with Skull Crusher brass on the plates, and then went with the Griffhound, and it had more of an orangey tone to it, which you want with an orange paint. So when it was on, because obviously I'm always referencing the artwork and trying to get it as near as damn it, basically. But yeah, it was getting that on, and then it just looked better with that, because I tried several different methods and styles until I just realised, let's go for a gold base and then add Griffhound. And then also done a little wash shade of Fugan orange as well, just to enhance it a bit more. But that all worked out in the end. So that was a smart move, and obviously you've seen the results of those experimentations, because I have several Legio Fortidus Titans now. Right, washing the base. So again, just shade brush or whatever you've got to hand. So this is around about 5 years old, and I always use it for my washing, no matter what. So just get your egg racks and just dab it in. So again, as I said, it doesn't have to be neat, doesn't have to be tidy, as long as it gets on the base. I sometimes like to, maybe around the feet, maybe add a little bit extra to darken it down a little bit where it's standing, so it gives the look of like either a shadow from the actual foot itself, or just do little, like, just little dark patches. Normally, if I had like buildings on here, I'd probably add a few more, because then it just gives like shadow effects. But on here, just spreading it out evenly. But yeah, it does look good. It looks quite dark as it is now, but it will dry out a little bit lighter. So, one. Do I know Solaris 7 Arena? Yes. Many years ago, when I was young and you were even younger, I used to go down to the Trocadero in London, and Trocadero is like a big, like, fun centre sort of thing, right near Piccadilly Circus. Had like Sega World in there. Also had Alien War, which was for a while was like the top sort of theme exhibition type thing,
where you got taken around a purpose-built sort of set from like aliens and stuff, whilst being attacked by aliens and being escorted around by colonial marines. Oh, bless you, Tom. You're actually older than me. I just look older. But also in the basement was a place called Virtual World. And in Virtual World, you could play 2 game types. One was called Red Planet, where you drive around the Marinus Valley on Mars in your little rocket car things, grav cars. And the other one was Battletech. And you were generally fighting on Solaris 7. Now, with this game, you used to sit in these like cockpits, like arcade machines that you'd sit inside. They had a full surround, but you could actually shut the door on them as well. And in front of you, you had your screen. You had an array of buttons on either side. You had joystick on one side, throttle on the other. You had foot pedals, which only worked if you flicked some of the buttons at the top to activate the advanced mode. Because in Battletech, in advanced mode, you steer with your feet. So it gives you ability to torso twist, which is very handy and is very characterful to the game. So I took a few friends down there, and I'd been there once or twice before and had a few games, so I knew what I was doing. And because of that, everyone wanted to kill me because I knew what I was doing. And so I was being hunted. And you had a limited sort of intercom between pods, but you could generally hear people if they were shouting or screaming, you could hear them. And I was being chased by one of my mates, Norm, and he's like, "Ha ha ha ha! I have you now!" And then I went, "Oh, I've had enough playing silly buggers." So I flipped the switch above to activate advanced mode, took control steering with my feet, and then torso twist. And all I heard was, "Oh, bugger." Because as I've turned around, he's chasing me. I'm turning around to face him as I'm running away from him. And then I've alpha striked him right in the face. And just see him go, "Boo!" Eject out. But yeah, it was fun because in that game, somehow we managed to blow a hole in the wall of the arena. And I went running out of it. He's followed me. I've done the same thing again, torso twisting, because they're just doing it on basic, just point and shoot. But I could turn, face a different way, shoot, and all that sort of stuff. And I took out his hip, so he would only run around in circles. And then I just left him outside running around in circles because he couldn't find a way back in because he couldn't. He spent these games were like 10 minutes long, so he spent like 10 minutes. Well, I'll say maybe about 7 minutes stuck outside, just running around in circles. Circle fight for the win, yeah. Oh dear. Guy during the battle. Yeah, this was like the old one. Do you remember the original Star Wars game where you done the trench run? They were shaped like that, but had a sliding door. You had a really nice seat to sit in. You could adjust it and all that, and you had, you could assign your fire buttons so you can like have the left hand buttons would do the left thumb button, right hand would do the right thumb button, and then you had the main trigger. So you could basically go left, right, shoot, shoot, shoot to alternate on your heat. But then I'd always link them all to the trigger. So I always had alpha strike. So like you just go like pepper, 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 pepper with those things. And when you get them in the crosshairs where you want them, then you pull the trigger and just woo, heat goes up, especially if you're like a heavy laser carrying like ERPPCs and stuff like that. But that was such a fun game, and that was in the early days of the internet as well. So they did special nights where you could actually play people in the States. But yeah, they had it in Trocadero, and I think they had it up in Blackpool at one stage as well. Yeah, no, the whole thing about the battle pods was just fun. Because you had, I think you could have 8 versus 8 in the Trocadero. But obviously when you played the States, it would be 8 versus 8 as well. Yeah, so we could only have 16. But that was like early mid 90s when that was there. But the whole thing about virtual world, so you had the games, but you had this like lounge that you could sit in with like these really nice leveraged armchairs. It was like a proper sort of like gentleman's club. You imagine people sitting there reading the Financial Times and smoking a pipe. And there's like a little antechamber as well. So like if you had like a little clan, you could go in there and hang out and stuff. And I just loved that whole aesthetic. So you had your bloody hell. Yeah, you signed up as well, so you had like your records like kept as well, I think. And my name tag for that was Wild Moose, because I like the film Wild Geese, but I was singular, and I like mooses, so it was Wild Moose. Yeah, Mech Warrior. I'd done. Was it Mech Warrior 3? It was the one before. Oh no, Mech. Mech Warrior was like the real time strategy one, wasn't it? That was Mech Commander. Sorry, Mech Commander was the real time strategy one. That was the last one I played. No, it's not that, because I played BattleTech that they've got now. So I've played that. But I never really got into it because I have a PC now, but I'm too busy painting Titans, so it's it's moot in that respect. But I've always enjoyed BattleTech. Mech Warrior Online. That's it, Tom. Yeah. I did like sign on. I played one game, I think, once. I might have had a couple of games, but it was just a couple of quick ones, and then I've just too busy on the painting or on the old Xbox at times back then. I don't even get on the Xbox that often nowadays, to be fair, which is a shame. I do enjoy the Xbox. I was playing Destiny 2 for a while. Before that, No Man's Sky I got into quite a lot. Quite enjoyed that because I love the old space exploration games. Right, I'm going to do the eyes now. So lenses, the cockpit windows, whatever you want to call them. So with that, I'm using Runefang Steel into the eye socket. So just see the lighter metal there, because once that's dry, I'm going to go over that with Blood Angel contrast. So that gives a nice little shiny red, but not too garish. It's better than that like the soul stone red or whatever it's called, spirit stone, because that doesn't look right, because you don't want it like too in your face, so to speak. So you just want it subtle, so it's like a soft glow. Because normally it's either I overuse this method, or I otherwise use moot green as something else, as window lines or whatever. Okay, what's your favourite battle mechs from BattleTech? And what's your favourite battle mechs from Inner Sphere as well as Clan? And what's your favourite clans? I'll see what you say first before giving away what my ones are. Right. So, oh yes, Basilica. Zeus. Zeus is always a popular choice. Same as like the Atlas. Because like the Atlas is like iconic battle mech. And the old 100 tons. How about you, Tom? Smoke Jaguar. Oh. I say that, Tom, because I'm a ghost bear. And obviously from the expansion Ghost Bears, it was us versus Smoke Jaguar back in the day. Yeah, I like like Jade Falcon and the Wolf Clan were quite cool. Oh, you like because they're dead. All right. But I it was when as I said, Mech Warrior came out with the Ghost Bears in it. Oh, the start to it was just fabulous when you got that vulture running along the ice, going, "Oh, wait a sec! Oh no, we're picking up heat signature. I can't locate it." And suddenly, you get a Kodak just bursts through the ice, and then just like takes a few shots. It fires back, and then it jumps on top of his head. Yeah, that was just like, oh wow, this is just awesome. Although I'm not keen on the Kodiak Titan myself. Clan wise, I like the Sunder or 4. I just like Ultra PPC, ER PPCs and Ultra ACs. So that's why in my Inner Sphere, I like the Hunchback. Because who doesn't like AC20? Friend Scott, he always liked the Warhawk. But no, so I always liked going with the like even when we'd occasionally done the tabletop war game. Hunchback, just loved it. Yeah, mid tonnage. It wasn't mid ton, wasn't it? Was it 50 to 60, wasn't it? Hunchback. I remember playing on a map, and basically I was just hiding in a lake, just sitting there in a lake. So my heat was low because I'm swimming. Oh dear, that was fun. Yeah, 50 ton. Yeah, I would say it wasn't a heavy bugger, but that AC20 it had, that really just, had to be close. Bloody hell, would that tear you a new one? I'd say Mad Cats as well, or Timberwolves, or whatever you want to call them. They were actually quite, because they just remind you of like a B-17, weren't it? Or was it a Super Fortress with its cockpit? and that was quite iconic look as well. Right. So that's the Basilicum done. I'm going to grab the Blood Angels Red contrast. It seemed to have a king for 80 tonners. Yeah, the Massacari, the Warhawk, is, you know, it's a beast. Well, actually, I do like the Marauder, actually. Because, again, ERPPCs and the big cannon on top. Just liked it. So, Felix, did you you didn't mention what clan or Inner Sphere was your favourites? So we know that Tom likes killing Smoke Jaguar. Yeah, I think the other thing that made me like Ghost Bear was I don't know if it was in part the one of the game like cutscenes or something, or if it was just something I read. But it was when their jump ships came into a system that they would announce on the general channels across the thing and say, like, "We are the Ghost Bears. Let all those that stand against us tell us your names so you may be remembered." Because that's just some cold-hearted badass. I also did like, which was a cutscene. I did that for Inner Sphere. I did like Kurita as well, because I liked the fact there was a computer thing where one of their ships coming in, and they had that huge like flag hanging off the back of it with their Kurita sign on it, symbol. Yeah, Davian Steiner, Rauschhald League. No, I'm not. No, not that. Not familiar with the Night Star at all. Actually, Tom, if you weren't aware as well, there is new models for a new version of the game that's sort of in release or something. And you buy them in boxes of like command stars sort of thing. So you get a set selection of titans of battle mechs in each one. So you have, and you also get elementals as well. Because that's the other thing I liked about Ghost Bears was their elementals being absolutely mental. Hence the elemental. You know, anyone that believes in hand to battle mech combat is always a little bit bonkers. But yeah, I've seen. I think it's like on pre-order maybe a few sets with like a command star and clan and IS, but you only get you get like 4 or 5 battle mechs in them of various tonnage. But I think I did see a Marauder in one of them. So if anything, because I might get that. So you've got a few battle mechs. So it's always handy. Nice to have as well. But yeah, these new ones, obviously the latest designs and technology of making them and all that sort of jazz. But they do look nice models. So it's just like they've been updated a little bit. Just on the vents, I'm just putting in some basilicum just to darken them down a little bit, and it just gives that sort of like a weathering look. So you just see there. So obviously just like, you know, build up of dirt and grime. So yes, I think that's pretty much, oh, important fact part, sorry. Always paint the rims red and black. If I get some, definitely gonna have to go through some of my paints to actually just check if they've dried out or not. The amount of times, a few of them I've opened today, and they're like, oh, there's hardly anything in there. And I normally try to keep on top of, I generally know what I've got and how much I've got in there, and I'll keep on top of things, but obviously not, because there's not a lot left in this one. But then I did buy a few editions of like Conquest when it was coming out. Obviously, you get some Primaris and all that, and you got a few of the GW brushes, as well as some paints. So I've got lots of McCrag blue and a Baden black. Black trim, black rim. They do look superb though. Very glad Harmony Gold Shenanigans let them use the unseen designs again. I wasn't aware of that. Random bit of fluff there. Right. Let's get on that. So Tom, you're UK based. Obviously, I have no idea. So that. My paints, I keep using the same over and over and opening a Death Guard paint from pre-AT. It's like Ancient Magic Book. Ah, Sheffield, yeah. Last time I was in Sheffield was 1999, and it was at Cutler's Hall, because I used to do live role play, LARPing, and it was a vampire LARP, called Vampire the Masquerade, and we were having the national game, so people from all over the UK and that were congregated in Cutler's Hall. And I remember it vividly because on this one occasion, me and our friend, a few of my friends, all chipped in and hired a limo to drive us from London. So it's this white stretch limo to drive us from London all the way up to Sheffield and back. And we actually had a couple of players that came over from America and one from Germany join us for our journey, which was really cool. And so generally, you know, it's a good sort of three and a half hours sort of drive, but because obviously we're not driving, we're in the back, not necessarily drinking or anything, but you know, in the back chatting with these like people from the States and that. Like one of them, a guy called Sean Praver, was from Seattle. Marcus, who was some mysterious German chap. In fact, a few people just didn't remember. Well, where did he come from? Don't know. How did he know to come here and jump in this limo with us? Don't know. Yep. Yeah, I remember walking around Cutler's Hall and looking at the little glass cases of knives and forks and spoons. Made with good old Sheffield steel. Oh, right, so on this little stream, I'll try to get so 2 Warhounds, bases, and all done, pretty much. He says pretty much, but plasma glow, that will be obviously added, which what I've been doing with these guys, I can find one. Where are you? Here you go. So the plasma glow I've done on these ones, which is from the box art for the original Maniple set. They have an orange glow on their plasma, so I thought, oh, okay. So I just went over with Corax white, and then there was one of the contrast paints which I haven't got in the box, so I can't do that anyway. Yeah, the Iandan yellow. So you just basically go over that with a nice bit, concentrating on the nearer inside edges, so it gets more of a build up there. And I always like to sort of stand them up so it sort of goes down to one end, so it just looks like the power is undulating in the plasma. But yes, so as I said, these 2 are purely for fire support. Well, these ones could be for fire support because they're magnetized, but these 2 aren't magnetized, so they are just purely there for shield stripping, etc. So yeah, so you can't really see any apart from the weapons. Okay, apart from the weapons, I know there's no discernible difference between this one, which was painted August time, and this one. I think obviously this one I might have gone a little bit heavier on the red, but again, when they're lining up, they're not out of place. So they're all tying. So that's now 8 hounds for Audax. Oh, hello there, Mark Anthony. Nice of you to drop in. Just noticed you. Sorry, mate. Dear. Yes, apologies for the typo. Yeah, it's all right. You're ignoring. I can forgive you. Oh, hello, Bill. Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for the beautiful hounds. Yeah, so it's not a hard scheme to do. It's really straightforward and easy. And as I said, they're just all looky. So they're all there. They're all uniform. And the scheme is just really straightforward to do. So it's not a hard
scheme to do. It looks more intimidating because it's so different, and that's what I try to explain to people when they're sort of like, I want to do Audax, but I don't know about the scheme. So you just do as I've shown in this video with the stapling, and you get a decent look to your Warhounds, which is, there you go. That's probably a bit better. So you can see how the randomness of the actual stapling there. But if you compare that to the book art, and you see how it's sort of like, it's like it reminds me a little bit of War of the Worlds, you know, like with the blood veins in like the Tom Cruise ones. It was all like pulled out tendons, and that's what it sort of reminds me of. So that random nature that you have with that, and you're just doing it onto the black. You got the gold to accentuate it, and it just works. A bit more meaty, yeah. I know you like Audax, Mark Anthony. From our group of friends, everybody has a thing for fire the Ursa's claw, because it's just a cool thing to say. Old Sarin, was it Lataya? You know, yeah, it's the captain of the Conqueror. The captain who's got the Angron's bloody hand marked on her because of how much he trusts her, which is sounds weird because obviously Angron is not a very sentimental person. And that's a joke, but old, but but I'm seeing a walking forward world talk. Thank you very much, Mark Anthony. You know I love you. Yeah, when they brought that artwork out, Bill, it took me half an hour to actually put a painting guide up onto literally Warhammer Community, put the pictures up of them. I've looked at it and thought, and experimented. I was actually at work when I did this, experimented it, and I posted up onto like AT18, which is like one of the big sort of Adeptus Titanicus pages on Facebook. Oh, hi guys, you've seen it half an hour ago. Here's how you do it. And then I done a video shortly afterwards, which is I think the same one which you see on the YouTube, like the 5-minute how-to sort of thing. But tonight's little expedition was to oh, you had to mention marble steak, Tom. Now I'm hungry. Go for a steak about it. Oh, no, mustn't. But yeah, it's that the looks that they have is unique, it's characterful, and it's easy to do. It's a lot easier than people think. So that's why I was saying doing this little live stream. So instead of me painting, building War Masters, painting 2 Warhounds in, well, 3.5 hours from base to finish. It's not bad. It would have been quicker if I hadn't spoken. But who wants to just sit there and watch someone just go like that as you're painting? Thank you, Mark Anthony. Latara Sarin. Yeah, there's so many cool characters in the Heresy, and with that certain chap of awesome that is Aaron Dembski Bowden. He does write some really cool characters, and it's normally like in a lot of his books. There's always characters that maybe not like a main character at all, that people just like fall in love with. he just writes a good damn book. But as I say, I'm lucky to count him as a friend,
and I don't try blowing him up too much because he gets embarrassed. Bless him, but he's a good writer. He's a great writer. And actually, Mark Antony, if you weren't aware, Mark Antony likes to write a little bit as well. But yeah, it's Latara Sarin was just her in yeah, it's a human just talking back and talking down to Astartes, and then listening to her as well because she's just badass. Oh, right, yes. Oh yeah, Felix, you're only about halfway done on your Warbringer. But Warbringer, for me, Warbringer, until the War Master turned up, so he turned up. So, the Warbringer was I found the hardest kit to work with, build-wise. It just for me just took ages to make. It felt like a lifetime building them. Whereas a Warlord, I could build, and because obviously I've built a few, I was used to it. But yeah, the War Master is the new benchmark for time in making building Titans. But it's totally worth it. It really is such a great little kit. So that's done. Oh, yeah, with the shoulder weapons, they've got a little hool. So with the nub, just popping that into there. I didn't fancy magnetizing them. The only reason this has got the turbo lasers in is because the artwork for Vindicta Manibus has turbo lasers. As a Ignitum engine, I'm probably more likely to run this with Vulcan Mega Bolters for stripping of shields. Plus, at closer ranges, obviously within 8 inches you get +1 to hit anyway. But with Ignitum's rule, if you're within 12 inches, you get to re-roll ones on your attacks. So Vulcan Mega Bolters for up close and personal shield stripping, or even if you're attacking somebody from the flank or from the rear, the shields are down, having that extra sort of bonus to hit as well as re-rolling ones, and then the additional damage for armor penetration, that's just going to mince the crap out of anything it's shooting. But again, Ignitum are a sort of a close combat. Well, they're more of a balance, but they do like to get their hands dirty. Yeah, Aaron is really great. He is. You still have to receive your War Master. I've seen a few guys that I know on Twitter who are abroad and lands afar. They've started to receive their War Masters. So I would only assume that yours probably isn't too far behind, mate. For me, the Reaver was the most time consuming, especially the Reaver legs. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. As I was saying in one of the previous live streams, with Reaver legs, which are going to be similar, the War Master is more maneuverable than positionally wise than the Reaver is, but you haven't got those fiddly little groin cables to worry about. But I found with Reavers, the secret is for me anyway, is you keep the shin upright. So wherever you position the foot, you always keep it upright. So those ankle pistons and that go in to the leg. When you do them at extreme angles, that's when you're going to have trouble fitting the leg greaves into position. So keeping that leg upright. So even if you stand a foot on top of something, you still keep that upright, and you get the movement from the hips and the thigh, basically. And that way you keep it straight, so the leg greave armor goes on with minimal amount of fuss. So top tip. I got 2 War Masters in here last week, but I really got to finish the Warbringer. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So you have your production line. So yeah, once you've got that, you can get into the fun of building the War Master, which, like the Warlord, it does give you a great sense of satisfaction, which is always important with your hobby. Being able to sit back and, I keep on glancing over to it and just like going, damn, you're fine. But yeah, it's such a lovely kit, lovely model, looks absolutely brutal. And you just see where people are now posting up their, their model, their War Masters. They just look, sorry, the variety, because I've only ever seen one other Ignatum War Master so far, but then again, obviously that's, as Mark Anthony knows, because he's seen it as well, because he's in the Ignatum group. You're at 61 Titans. Nice. I think you were 61. Yeah, because there's a guy on AT18. Is a German hobbyist, Henrik. Can't remember his surname. Sorry. I think he's probably got about the same, if not more. However, he does have a number of 3D printed, like Lucius pattern ones, because he likes Lucius pattern. So, are all your ones like GW, or have you like got 3D printers as well? Because I say, like, 3D printing, yes, it's a game changer for the hobby, but with AT, GW is a mega corporation, but I'm supporting them because I know many people that work for them, and my Titan habit is keeping people in jobs, so they're there to be able to produce more models and awesome writing and stuff. Awesome. That's, Tom. Yeah, yes, it. Henrik Schneider. I think it's Schneider. It could be doubting now. But yeah, no, he's got some fantastically painted. To be honest, they are better painted than mine, and I'm not saying that because I'm so self-deprecating. They are better painted Titans and Knights and stuff, but he paints in a different style to me. He uses airbrush. I don't generally, apart from like where I've done those sort of bits there. But as I said, like he does have a lot of like 3D printed Lucius pattern ones. He likes Lucius pattern. That's fine. He make them, but I don't count them because obviously I've gone the hard route. Say the hard route. It's handy for birthdays and Christmases, and I've got another. All these Titans, these War Masters, and the Precepts basically delayed Christmas presents because I asked for money and Games Workshop vouchers for Christmas, because there was nothing there I really wanted. I've got enough Warlords and I've got enough, this, that, and the other. So I thought I'd rather have the money and wait, because I was kind of expecting like the Precept. I was kind of expecting something to come out at Christmas, but obviously COVID, so everything's been pushed back. But I'm glad that I did ask for that, because obviously now I've got, well, 2 War Masters built, got another one to build for Krytos, and another 8 Titans to get through, which will take me up to 99. Although technically, once I finished them, technically it's 100, because as I said, I did build and paint one for somebody's birthday and gave it to them. But I now count Titans of my collection that I actually physically have. So by the end of this production run, I will have 99 Titans built and painted in several Legios, 150 knights. Oh, pardon me. Yeah. And basically, I can hold my own event and tournament. But that's what it's all about. I love the models. They helped me get through all those little moments of isolation and stuff. But yeah, it's a great hobby to be involved with. Oh yeah, and Mark Anthony, he painted up Fury of Mars, which is a friend of ours, Mark Collins, who's one of the sort of newer writers in the Black Library stable. I think he's done a couple of short stories for him. I think he's on to his 3rd now, is it, Mark? I'm not sure, Mark. I'm not sure. But yeah, so he done a short story Ghosts of Iron, which is Legio Aconus, as I'm reading from Mark Anthony's thing. But Mark Anthony actually painted up that warlord, so it looked fabulous, sort of thing. So it's always great to see, from literature being created in reality as we know it. The Reaver having a lot of armor panels cast did not in Fiddly, and did not have them separate. When I do Volcanum, when I paint them up, I actually built the model entirely. Plates are on, and I paint it there. It's only on certain models like Ignatum where I do the painting separately. But Volcanum, I just build it all and go from there, really. Felix, we're all our own worst critics. I know that I've painted stuff, and like you guys were saying earlier on about where I said that the Solaria one was like better, and like you guys, oh no, your Ignitum one is actually pretty good as well. And I say, I'm just keep on looking at it because that's bloody zigzags. They just draw you in. You painted an iconic one because it's in a story, Mark Anthony. But yeah, you make sure it is an Ignitum one. You don't want to be offending the Princeps Senioris. That is I, because I'll be on you like a plague. Get it done, Mark Anthony. I don't care. You've got real life to deal with. Build and paint. What you're saying is, I don't know why. I don't know what I've got 99 inches, but a Lucius M1. That is true. Yeah, I've never even from I missed out on Titan Legions because that was in my sabbatical years when I wasn't involved in the hobby. But I just didn't like boxing natures. I don't know. It goes to my appreciation of tanks. Boxy tanks tend to get hit harder than sloped tanks, unless you're a tiger and you have reinforced armor. But I don't know where I'm going with that. But yeah, it's I've always preferred, from the original 80, like Beetlebats. I still think Beetlebats could have a place. unless the Warmaster. No, the Warmaster was that other conceptual art. I was going to say that looks a bit beatable back. That top section. Yes. Yeah, as I said, in my collection of videos on the channel, Tamiya marking tape, Mark Anthony. That's all you need. Don't worry about the zigzags. If you don't have an airbrush, do not worry about the zigzags. Go with natural, traditional hazard stripes, and just get Tamiya 5mm and 3mm tapes is what I use the most for Titan striping. So 3mm for mostly for like the legs on either Reaver and Warhounds. 5mm I can use on Reaver and Warhound carapaces, and obviously for Warlords 5mm. And it just works. And you say, if you watch the video, you see how I do it, and if you do it that way, you will not go wrong. Bill, I'm still working through my starter set of engines. First batch goes to Ignatum. Woohoo! Might go for Mortis or Astorum, perhaps. Well, I think you really sort of, if you're going to do a second Legion, it has to be a traitor one to balance it out, so you can have, like, you know, legitimate thematic matches against somebody, against a friend, and also have like little pictures taken, looking cool against each other. Lucius Reaver is from those horrible times that makes me think of the Aliens bits where Ripley's clone is going, "Kill me, kill me." I like that Alien movie, Alien 4. I actually enjoyed that. I don't know. It was was it Ron Perlman? That's awesome. Michael Wincott as well. I just like that film. All right. I know Alien 3 gets a lot of you know, hard slack thrown at it, but it was all right. It could have been much better, especially if they kept bloody Hicks in it. Newt would have been the hard bit, because obviously Cryosleep, and it was several years later, so Carrie Hayne was a little bit older. I don't think he would have got away with that, but you know, Hicks. Obviously, we had Bishop in there, but no, it should have kept with Hicks. Everybody loved Hicks. Hicks and Ripley. We wanted there to be love between them. But yeah, I think you're right, Tom. Yeah, definitely Alien 4 Titan. And no worries, Mark Anthony. So you know where I am. If you ever need any advice or assistance, you know, just send me a message. I'm always happy to help. And you know, I just want you to get your Ignatum done. You know, I let you live after you got number 1 of Spirit of the Emperor. I should have killed you. Should have killed you where you lay. No, you're right. I love you. But yeah, no. I just want to see everybody getting their Titan game on, getting their Titans out, and being happy with the work that they're doing. Because that's all that matters. You know, life is hard enough. Let's have fun. Let's build Titans and then go blow shit up. That's what I'm going to end with tonight. So thank you to everybody for joining me this evening, to watch Titans get built. As I said, Titans ready to go. Again, I'll try and do some more of these in the future. Maybe next weekend I'll have something else to paint, which I probably will do, because I will have something else to paint. Yes, Felix. Yes, do some Ignatum Patriotism sonoritously. Thank you very much. Yeah, always welcome to have you here, Bill. I think you've been on all 3 of them so far. So thank you for joining us. As I say, if anyone can, if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe, and please put a like onto here, because it just, you know, it does stuff. I don't know when. I'm just the really budget end of broadcasting. But I'm glad that you've enjoyed yourself here. It's just great, superb in its own. Then all dying at the start of 3 just alienated the viewer from. Yeah, I know. Sigourney, Charles Dance was awesome in it. Pete Postlethwaite, no. All the acting talent in 3 was fantastic. But I think, it's just those little things that just take your wind out your sails. And say Hicks would have been cool there. I don't why he got the rough end of the stick by being killed off in Terminator. Love Hicks, love Kyle Reese, love Michael Biehn. Great actor. But yeah, I think David Fincher's first film as well, and he's not done too bad to be fair. But I think he was just so different, and because of everything from coming from Aliens to something completely different and losing certain characters, just didn't really work out. But hey ho, the world we live in, guys. So anyway, thanks again for joining me and keeping me company whilst I ramble and paint. And hopefully, say if anyone's about on Wednesday for the Artist Empire and myself doing, he's doing it. I'm just talking for the paint over on Artist Empire's YouTube channel. Apart from that, you'll see me again next Saturday, and we'll do some more hobby hangout. And hopefully, Felix will have his Warbringer done by then. Take care, everyone. Bye.